Hello. What's up, everybody? Shout out to the early crew in Sorrow, Goal, Rasta, Sokaman. Thank you very much. And everyone else. White Wolf, Bird Big, Jesus, Boat and Brew, Delightful Business Goose, and Jag. Nazra, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Good to see you're approaching the end of your speed run of Final Fantasy VII original. Record times for a casual playthrough, I will say. Beautiful. What's up, Fairdadon? How are you doing today? That's a pretty cool. JR, good to see you. Sim Torik, thank you so very much for the resub, tier 1, 12 months. A lot of support. Thank you so much, Sim. Hope you're doing well. And Sim Torik, you will be remembered. Thank you. It's that's a year right there. One more point for our Plus program. So far, this month is doing fine, I think. Time to Beat says the game is about 36.5 hours when focusing on main story. Well, yeah. You are more doing main story plus extras, though. You got the hidden characters, you did Utai. Also a lot of I think there's a little bias there, is that a lot of the Time to Beat stuff, which is your case, right? It's people replaying the game. And so when they say main story, I'm pretty sure they're beelining it, like they're going through the thing, because the website didn't exist when the game came out, right? Which of course you're not. It's not your first playthrough either, but you're still reading every line of dialogue and even voicing them and all that, which I'm sure a lot of people don't when they're like replaying the game. They're just they're reading but quickly and then going through the stuff. I don't know, my first playthrough when I was a kid, doing none of the side stuff because I had no idea it existed, was about 65 hours. So yeah, to me 35 hours is extremely quick. Especially if reading all the text, out loud. So when I say that I wouldn't be out of Midgar, I'm not kidding. I don't think I would. I legitimately don't think I would. Or maybe just. Maybe just. Like my normal time for playing Midgar, when I replayed the game not too long ago, after the remake came out, after remake came out and I finished that, and then I wanted to play the original, it was maybe 20 something hours, and I was going very fast by my by my current metrics of playing a game. I think the first time I played when I was younger was maybe 12, 15 hours in Midgar, something like that. Yeah, maybe 10. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I don't know. You fast, boy. You're so used to playing like the Souls games so fast, you don't even realize how fast you are when you're playing video games. Which is not a, it's not a, you know, it's not a dig or anything. I'm sure a lot of people appreciate that. No, obviously, no. I know you know. I'm just saying maybe it warps your perception of how you play other games. You did savor Disco Elysium? Yeah. I mean, maybe off stream, on stream, maybe there's a difference there. Subconsciously or not, right? You're on stream, so you feel like you have to be a little more active, maybe, I don't know. I would say nice plays at a normal speed based off of how I play and my friends play. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you know, if How Long to Beat says 35 hours to beat Final Fantasy VII, maybe my perception of it is wrong. I always felt like it was more of a 60-hour type game, you know? But, I mean, there's so much... It's a weird one, because there's so much potential stuff to do or not to do in 7 original, right? There's so much side content, it's hard to really get a sense for it. Anyway, regardless, thank you for the raid. It's one of those endings where you feel like you're at the end, and but it's like when you're streaming it, I don't think you were in that situation where it's like, I don't know if it's worth pushing. And maybe not, because it's, you know, it's one of those things where if you keep pushing, you just... It's longer than you think, right? That last little section. And then you end up going an hour and a half over without realizing. Or without having an out, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I've never watched Dark yet, further on. I need to get onto that at some point. I hear a lot of good things about that show. I wonder if I should watch the German version with subtitles, maybe? I have 58 hours, but I beat it twice. Are you talking about Final Fantasy VII? Or did you come in the conversation and are talking about a different game? Such as Disco Elysium. What's my playtime in this one, Credo? 150, roughly, I think? Because obviously, the amount of streaming hours is a little higher, right? Because the intro and... But yeah, I think today's stream 39? Question mark? I think yesterday was 38, so... Let's assume, what, 4.5 hours of gameplay per stream? Yeah, 160 something? Sub is best. Yeah, I'll have to look into that at some point. I hear good things about it, so. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. On this, what are we today? Monday? Yeah, Monday. Most recent FF7 to 9 playthroughs were all around 40-44 hours doing almost everything. Like following a guide? Or... I mean, you know, if you're doing everything... I've done that once with 7, I think. Like I was following a game facts guide for 100% stuff. Because I, you know, I never found it all when I was playing by myself. Yeah, I was following like a game facts 100% guide. I don't know how long it took me, like 60 hours, something like that probably. But too late, I read it. It's fine though. I don't... clearly, you know, people's hours don't mean much to me. So I prefer not knowing, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I guess I'm in a world of my own when it comes to length of playthroughs, so I need a special category in how long to beat just for myself. No, but generally, from what I can tell, if I take the how long to beat completionist leisure time and I multiply that by a few times, then I usually get my playthrough. The average length of my approach. What's up, Ricky? Hear me? All right. Let's play some games, quick, fast. Gotta create content. It's about video games, not conversations. First FF8 playthrough being much longer, around 80 hours, I think. Yeah, I don't remember my first Final Fantasy VIII playthrough at all. I don't remember the playtime. I mean, probably something around like that, yeah. 60, 70 back in the day. Wait, why did he cross his arms and get his I've never seen him do that last time I was here. Interesting. Cassie, Garrus, Warren, $10. Welcome in. This all four of you coming in at the same time like that is almost like when you're in high school or something, and you know the class has started, and then suddenly there's like a group of 4 people who clearly were hanging out together in the you know, the yard or something, and just arrived later. Yeah, cigarettes, right? Obviously. You were waiting until Warren, Cassie, and Garrus walked in, so I wasn't walking in the door alone. Dude, what's up with Harry right now? I've never seen him do that before. I remember being here for hours the first time we were here. He was never letting go of that flashlight. At least I don't think so. What is up with him? Is that a special animation because of the code or something? Because I didn't have the code back then, right? That's so strange. But okay, there is no way that happened. I would have noticed that if that happened the first time we were here. I am so intrigued. What's up, Redacted? And now he's crossing his arms. Which is an animation I don't believe I've ever seen in the game. What the hell? What's with all the idle animation? All those idle animations, I've never seen them. My mind is blown right now. What is happening? Hold on. Am I going crazy? Has age finally, you know, caught up with me? And now he's not... Okay, no, he's doing it again. What the hell? Okay. This is blowing my mind right now. I'm waiting to see. Yeah, he's doing it again. I feel like I'm going insane. This is so weird. Okay, so it must be linked to a thought or a stat or something. It has to be. Something has happened that makes it so that now I have like idle animations every 5 seconds. Which I'm fairly sure I never had before, because I would have noticed them. We've been idling for very long time, periods of time. Yeah, maybe Harry's done. Harry's just done standing around. He has to move, you know. He's like, oh, if you're not gonna move, I'm gonna do my thing. Rasta, thank you so much for the tier 1. 20 months. Appreciate it. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much, Rasta. Fario, you will be remembered. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. He's done with the talking thing. Yeah. He's done talking to the Twitch chat in his mind. And now he's not doing it again. I am so confused. Yep, now he's not doing it again. What the hell? He knows you're watching him. Yeah, he's being shy right now. Hold on. This is insanity. This is so weird, man. Well, there you go. We had idle animations for a little bit, and now they're gone. Rip. This is actually weird.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Let's play.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Oh, it might not be the same password. Oh, fuck.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death?
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule.
Nice.
After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Using your same password on multiple... Not a good idea. Should have known better sooner.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
The lieutenant seems almost disappointed to discover that as he murmurs. Am I Kim? Am I actually Kim? Am I a turbo nerd? Like Kim is? Oh boy. That's nice.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
No, Yvonne, you're amazing. Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
The old lady's voice disappears along with the static. I have a feeling we're not gonna hear about her again. I don't know. Maybe there's other computers. Who knows? But
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
did I say hi SCD or did I say it in my head? Anyway, hope you're doing well. Why do I enjoy listening to this lady so much? Yeah, no, I know. I actually really like her voice and all. It's nice. It reminds me of my grandmother, I guess. Let's print.
With a quiet determination, The printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
There's a printing, it's printing on the side there, which is very nice how those things are set up. Very cool. Keyboard looks cool. I got the interview tomorrow afternoon. Nice. I have to be honest, I don't remember you mentioning that before. But the fact that you said the interview makes me think that you mentioned it yesterday and I probably missed it and I'm sorry. But yeah, that's good. Wrapping up brunch. How goes it? Brunch on a Monday. Hell yeah, that's the life. Let's read the printout.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident.
Okay. For a job I feel unqualified for but applied. Poster syndrome about applying. Yeah, that rings a bell actually. I may have been in the middle of a convo or something and I read over it, but you know, it's the streaming thing. You probably know what I mean. I sometimes just read over things and can't always address it. Andrew Andy Schott about Whirl Untethered. Fortress Accident. Let's see.
The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about capital, I want to know about money, read about the workforce, who worked there, how long, skim through the production schedule, whatever it is, tear off the printout and throw it away. I'm assuming I'll be able to read all three, but just in case, I'm more interested in reading about the workforce. Who worked here and how long?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts.
All right. Now I know why the game failed. Too many writers, not enough marketing experts.
And a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
Ah, interesting.
Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Oh yeah, it's a radio game. It doesn't have visuals, doesn't it? Why did a radio game need so many artists? To inspire the writers?
It didn't.
Yeah, I mean... it didn't need so many concept artists. It didn't need many writers, apparently, either. Yeah, more marketing experts. That's what the game needed. Let's not fool ourselves.
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules.
You know, when I remember saying someday that I've never had a game calling me out so hard. Well, that was true until right now. Oh yeah, no, the game's just, at this point the game's just done with me, right? First of all, it makes me all confused because I'm standing around with the idle animation that never happened, right? Before. Just to have me like throw me off my game, right? And now it's like directly attacking me with, I'm telling you, man, this game is out to get me now. At this point, the game's just, it's not shooting blanks anymore. Yeah, Quasi, I wonder. That's a good speculation there, probably. Or just in general, like the writers calling themselves out, right? Because they wrote this, right? This is an old writers thing. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Especially the professional sleep schedule. Like, that's... So yeah, anyone out there looking for a writer with mental health issues and unprofessional sleep schedule? If you're looking for one, I'm here. Look at what these people made for a video game. We can do that. I got you. Everyone should aspire to Hunter H. Thompson writing schedule. I have no idea what his writing schedule was. I aspire for a... I was gonna say I aspire for a David Foster Wallace schedule. Current. But that's a bit of a dark humor thing, if you know. That's a dark humor for writers type joke, I guess. Based on the little I do know about him, I assume his writing schedule involved a lot of drugs. Well, that's possible. Okay, $10. I love that the URL for this clip, the first word is Swiss. Swiss blushing goshawk permasmug. Oh well. Get this man hired. Yeah, sure. Oh man. What a great paragraph. Yeah, I mean, it is Quasi. I mean, it certainly is. I don't know what the goshawk is, but... Hunter S. Thompson. 3 p.m. rise. That's early. Jeez. Chivas Regal, that's some whiskey, right? Morning papers. 345 cocaine. Oh. Another glass of Chivas. Okay. 4. First cup of coffee. An hour after waking? I mean, I don't drink coffee, but that's wild to me. More cocaine. 30 minutes later. Okay. Orange juice. Oh. Alright. Hey, very healthy. Then a bunch of cocaine, coffee, Chivas, cocaine. Alright. And 3 hours later, grass to take the edge of the day. Oh, that's... Yeah, after 3 hours of hard work like that, you gotta, you know... After all that cocaine, you need to take the edge off, right? I get it. Is that... Okay, so comment. Is that legit his admitted schedule? Or is that just That's a wild meal. Holy crap. At 9, start snorting cocaine seriously. Oh, the 5-6 times before were just, you know, casual snorting. I get it. Now we get into the competitive snorting. Chartreuse, cocaine, jeez. And at midnight, which is 9 hours after waking, he's ready to write. I mean, he's getting there, right? Which is better than I can say about a lot of writers, including myself. So, no, I mean, it's... I think it's pretty solid. I mean, the orange juice, obviously, is perfectly fine. Orange juice is gonna, you know, show up in front of the heart and liver and all that, and it's, you know, with all the stuff in his back, and orange juice is gonna be like, you know what, it's fine. They're with me. Just, it's fine. And it's gonna go smoothly. Continuous pornographic movies, that's a choice. While writing? Holy crap. I wanna read what this man wrote, because I've never read any of his books, I don't think. Depends on what you're writing. I mean, sure. Based on all of this, I'm gonna assume he's writing contemporary American literature of some kind. Journalist. Oh, right. I've actually heard of his work before. Yeah, because he wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yep. Makes sense. I wasn't familiar with him really, but yeah, I've heard of his work and never read any of it though. It's really hard to believe he wrote Fear and Loathing. I know, right? It doesn't seem on brand. I don't know. Yeah, Quasi. Hey, maybe that's why I'm struggling. I don't do drugs. Maybe that's why I'm struggling. Clearly, based on his schedule, I need to add alcohol and drugs to my schedule. I'm gonna be a real writer, right? Cool. I wonder. Hold on. Can I? No, I can't. God damn it! I wanted to try and have my porch light go through the queue, but I don't think it's possible unless. Hold on. What if I do this? No, it's still following my mouse.
One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Ow. One of them as in one of the writers? That's probably the only writer that made money off of this video game industry venture. Read about the Capitol. I want to know about the money. Let's go.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money.
Oh yeah.
The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays.
I mean, that's... That's the gaming industry for you, yeah? Yeah, Ocelot, it's the actual flashlight animation is a really cool detail. I love it. Bukowski probably also drank legendary amounts of booze while writing. Oh yeah, I mean, I think, unfortunately, a lot of writers, you know, indulge in substances to help with the writing, right? This conversation makes me want to watch Californication again while I'm playing StarCraft 2 or something. Oh yeah, maybe I'll start doing that tonight. What a great show. Totally unrealistic portrayal of most writers' life. It involves a lot less sex and a lot more writing. And a lot less money, but still a great show. Yeah, that's true, $10. Yeah. It could have gone both ways, but nah, I'm just a nerd. I'm just gonna watch a TV show while playing video games. Drugs could lead to writing. I cannot have that. Okay. There's video games to be played. I'm not gonna let myself go on the slippery slope of doing drugs and writing. Right. Let's be serious there for a second.
Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished.
Jeez. Gosh, where did they get all that money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Oh man, that's a beautiful line. Was a real adventure, huh? I'd scheme through the production schedule, whatever it is.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Because of the concept artist? Right, what happened? Let's blame it on the concept artists. Yes.
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers, with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches.
Stop, please. That's up dumb.
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team.
Feature creep. That's what happened. Very common tale. Especially with online games, I feel. Did FFZ shit the bed again? I mean, I don't know. I'm seeing whatever you're not seeing. On my end, so I guess it's on you. Yeah, Quasi, it could have been. It could have been. There's some actual, like, there's definitely some lived through experiences in there. Like, I'm fairly certain. Which makes it all the more you know, all the more vivid as a little piece of narrative. Like it. Is this about MGS5? Could be. Or Duke Nukem 3 Forever, maybe. Like this is the 3D Realms biography in video game form.
They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account.
Just a rounding error, a common mistake, right?
They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
That's what happens when you have too many writers and concept artists and not enough marketing experts, I'm telling you.
They couldn't.
I could have bridged the gap. Oh, so they were done in by their own ambition.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared.
Okay.
That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what now?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
Oh boy, where is this going?
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. My man Sulislav needs, you know, he needs a reality check. He needs editors, is what he needs. Scope creep strikes again? Yeah. This is some insane shit. Who were these people? How many heads were there? Both questions are insane. Are interesting. This is some insane shit. Who were these people?
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that? $10 trillion? 10 billion? And billion. Different. We use billion and trillion differently in French, which is weird as opposed to English. 10 billion? Am I correct? Oh no, wait, 100 million. Wait, no, because it's not just a multiplication. It's a factorial, right? I don't know. Math is not my strong suit. It's a lot of... Simple math is fine. Complicated math is not for me. Just a multiplication, you think? Yeah, same in French, Dom. A billion is a milliard. And then after a milliard, we have a billion, which is a trillion in English, I think. which is so weird, but it's multiplication. Okay, so 100 million. Factorial could be how many different lineups you could create. Well, is that not the question though? Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. Where it's the difference between individual combinations or the total 10,000 having a different head each, right? Okay, so both are possible. But it's not the same, like we're not talking about the same math, right? Yeah, yeah. We're not asking for the same answer. It's two different things. Right. So all of us were correct. Beautiful. There's no one was wrong. We love when that happens. It's not talking about the same thing. Less than factorial. Factorial counts some repeating things unless you care about order. Ah, yeah, yeah. That's another factor for sure. Yeah, yeah. But then we're getting into like very complex calculations, I guess. Anyway, that's a lot of combinations. Not that it, either way, right? Not that it really matters because well, I mean, the point is 10,000 heads. Each of them would be voiced by professional actors, which obviously doesn't make sense, right? How many combinations could you make out of that? Let's ask what the game thinks.
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Yeah, how bad could it be? Oh man, video games are great. Of course. Keep going. Like the spaces between the numbers are sort of like I'm almost seeing drawings in the spaces between the numbers.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Yeah, this seems wrong, Reki, but eh. Can you read it out to us? All right, let's go back to the beginning. All right, 284625968091705545. No, I'm not gonna do it, but if I had 1,000 viewers, I would totally do it. If my style of streaming was that popular, that I would have that many viewers, I would totally read all of it, just for the meme. What's up, Taurus? What if reading it out is what would get you to 1,000 viewers? And I mean, if we could guarantee that, then I would, yeah. I don't think it would, though. Maybe that's my call to fame, right? The clip on livestream fails of me finally finishing reading all of that, right? Maybe that's my claim to fame. And I'm avoiding it because I'm lazy. You were wrong, it is just 10,000 factorial? Well, there you go. I'm wondering, let me look at some of those numbers. I'm assuming they're just random numbers, but... That is actually 10,000 factorial. Okay. Nice. Which is 2.846 by a factor of however much that is. 1,035,669. That's cool. I love that this is actually the number. That's really funny. Yeah, that's a lot of digits. I will say, there's a non-zero part of me, like, there's a part of me that actually wants to read all of those numbers. I'm not gonna do it, but there's a part of me that would. It's very tempting. I'm 100% sure this is wrong. What makes you think so? Or the information is incomplete? You line up all of the bodies and then it's every possible order of assigning the heads to that ordering of bodies. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me at least. Again, it's a different information than just wondering how many combinations of heads and bodies there is, right? It's about all the possible orders of all the heads on all the bodies. Which is 10,000 factorial, which apparently is 2864 with a however many numbers. And it shouldn't be, it's not just zeros because you get 10,000 times 9,999 times 9998 9997. So the zeros disappear. Like it's not just 10,000, right? I mean, again, I'm not a math expert, so maybe I'm wrong, but at least they didn't make the narrator read that. I think it's a big flaw, actually. Yep, Quasi's got it right, I think. We're all confused about eliminating heads once they've been combined. Well, that's the whole point, right? Like, if you place the first head, then your number of available heads diminishes by 1 with everybody, right? That's the whole point. Because again, like, there's 2 different calculations there. It's what we're talking about now, what Quasi is explaining now, or it's just how many combinations can you get. If you're getting one combination in the game, how many different options do you have? Which was very different. It's a very different question, right? It's if you ask, well, I have 10,000 available bodies and 10,000 available heads, but I'm only getting one combination for my team or my party in the game, right? How many different combinations can I have? It's a very different question, right? Then it's 100 million, right? As opposed to, if I'm going to combine all of these in one series of characters, 10,000 different characters, because there's 10,000 bodies or 10,000 heads and you have to combine them, right? How many different options do I have for a party of 10,000, so to speak? Which is two different questions, which is why I think there's a bit of confusion there. We're not looking for the same answer, right? Yeah, good way to put it. There's 100 million characters, potential characters, and 10,000 factorial casts. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Permutation, that's the word I was looking for earlier. Permutation. Well, anyway, all this to say it's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. Clearly the game went for the total amount of combinations for the entire cast. Oh, it keeps going. Nice. Yeah, okay. What have I done? Keep going. Nope. Nope, yep, nope. I love that. Sound is very pleasant too. Oh my god.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Legendary failure. Let the numbers wash over you. I'm gonna do it. I'm sure there's a thought. I have a feeling there's gonna be a thought at the end of it. Let's see. Can I guess which one it's gonna be? Maybe not. Oh, maybe the bankruptcy sequence? I think it's gonna be the bankruptcy sequence.
And that's it.
Oh, there's a bunch of zeros. Never mind, I was completely wrong. There is a bunch of zeros at the end. Well, whoever said that earlier, you were right. My apologies. I love that there's a 008 and then a bunch of zeros. And that little 8 there snuck in. That's funny. Let's get to counting. Nah, we won't. I'm gonna trust the game that this is an exact number, probably because it was copy pasted, but okay, so that's what did them in.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
That must be the anomaly Suna mentioned in the church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Igaunian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
Unidentified numeric anomaly. Huh. And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air? I don't understand a word of that.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank.
Huh.
The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
What? They lost the whole game and wouldn't even pay for it? Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup? Yeah, that's a good question.
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
This feels like some... This feels like some experience some of the devs went through with a company or something. I don't think I want to know too much information about the you know, outside of the world explanations and everything, but this definitely feels like some situation they went through and turned that into a piece of narrative. Interesting. What does it say?
S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch.
Ouch. This line has to speak to a lot of game devs, I'm assuming, that worked in, you know, in the industry for long enough, that has to be a line that speaks to them.
I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
It's not very convincing, is it? Seems like a perfectly reasonable explanation. Is there anything else from this programmer? I mean... I can definitely empathize with the poor dude, right? Like, he's just... They're in such a crunch that he's just living there because it's easier rather than having to go home and everything. He saves time on travel. And so that's where he keeps the fucking thing. But then again, it's his responsibility to, you know, make sure the backup is safe. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Ricky? We're not attacking you. We're attacking billion-dollar corporations that are destroying the gaming industry. You're just working to provide for yourself and yours. It's fine. Collateral? Hey, you're gonna have to live with that. Just like I have to live with the fact that I'm making you guys spend money to fill in the line in the pockets of Amazon execs so I can pay my bills and put food on my table. I have to live with that. It is what it is. Yeah, Ricky. Yeah, that's a solution, I guess. $10. I have a friend who struggled to find a job for years, then finally got a good paying job that worked for him with a really scummy bank. He's been struggling with it ever since. Yeah, I mean, it's... ethically speaking, it's not always an easy thought, right? Like, you have to accept, but it is what it is. We have Code Masters in the same building as us now. Nice. I saw their recent rally game was on like 50% sale already. Like the WRC new game that they made. Which is a pretty huge sale for something that's that recent, but... yeah. I don't think I'm getting it anyway. Codemasters still exist? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're doing the racing games for EA. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, again, I get it, but it still is responsibility to keep the fucking thing safe, right? But again, I mean, you know what? I empathize with the poor dude. Seems like a perfectly reasonable explanation.
That's not what her colleagues thought.
Well, poor lady. Is there anything else from this lead programmer? Proceed.
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Let's read the notes at the end.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez. All of it.
Okay. Some beliefs in the curse, maybe? EAWRC still has issues. Action being they needed a month to release a hotfix for stuff their patch broke in hell. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I was really hoping before, you know, like before that game, it was always the sort of, do you get Dirt Rally 2 or do you get like the WRC games? Because obviously one of them has the license and the bigger career mode, and the other one has the better driving, you know, for the most part. Smoother experience, better driving, slightly better technical aspects, sounds, etc. And then finally, you know, when EA acquires the WRC license, a lot of people were like, oh, well, that's awesome. Then it's going to combine both of the, you know, the best of both worlds, and then you get the ultimate rally game. And then it comes out and it's like, yeah, no, it's actually not that great. Very disappointing, but... oh well.
Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
Okay, so clearly that's, you know, it seems... That's Suna, probably, right? And she's looking for that hole in the world where apparently the data disappeared. Now, what exactly is that hole is a big question. And I wonder if there's a link between that and the ship. Like the coalition ship that apparently is watching over, you know, Martinez and Revachol and all that. And I wonder, there's a part of me that wonders if they sort of created that because maybe they're monitoring what comes in and goes out, and maybe they created an interference or something, like some, you know, like it's just a speculation, or it could be something completely different, maybe supernatural, maybe whatever, I don't know, but just keeping that in a corner of my mind, like that maybe there's something there that connects all of this together. Tear off the printout and throw it away.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
This is really cool. Remove the production schedule.
The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
And leave. Alright, that was nice. I wonder if we can talk to Luna about this.
Your flashlight slides over some of the writing.
Yeah, nothing new here. I'm not expecting anything new to
This
suddenly
old fireplace
pop up,
is
but-
covered in line. A diagram for summon. The whole thing
Yeah, that's just the stuff we've already seen. I'm gonna check on the dice maker real quick since we're here. Wait, what's the... oh, the barbell is locked. Hey, little dice maker lady.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Okay, so there's a Shivers check here. I could upgrade Shivers and try it again. The music is so good here.
Of course. Tell
Oh.
me what you have in mind.
Can I get more dice? Do you know the Viral Untethered setting? I want to die for that.
Ah, yes. Fortress Accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Sure.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
Oh shit, I'm getting conceptualization points here. Maybe I should go through all the options.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
Oh shit! What's a standard role-playing die?
It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a single roll. Technically, you can also use it for many other sizes, but you may need to reroll results.
Sure.
Loving it. So nifty.
Why do you need to cast it in resin?
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect.
Maybe you should get a different one. Back off.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dice?
I want to die for the real setting, sweet and basic. Let's see how the options we have first.
That's a classic, yes. A standard role-playing die with plant motifs. Now, for the material, Most of my customers opt for an exotic wood. For this, I would suggest Isemene snake wood. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
Okay, so it's always 7 real and 8 hours. I wonder what's...
Maybe you have some other ideas.
I wonder
for
what the
dyes?
benefit of doing this is. I wonder if there's something like maybe it's a way to... Because when we got a new dye, it unlocked a lot of our checks. So I wonder if maybe this is a way to unlock checks in exchange for money and time. I'm gonna have to try, see what happens. Do you have a cursed dye?
What do you mean by cursed?
As cursed as this commercial area, as cursed in my life, abracadabra, perished like this world. Snake wood for snake eyes. I think it's funny, like, she kind of gives me a vibe of... When she's, like, talking about all the different variants and the materials and all that, she reminds me of Ollivander in Harry Potter, right? Who knows exactly what type of stuff is in every dice and in every wand and all that. It's kind of giving me that vibe a little bit. What do you mean by cursed? As cursed as my life. Let's be dramatic.
Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed dye.
Oh, I need to think about this first.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dyes?
So the most extraordinary one we already
A
did.
star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm a star myself, a superstar, and superstars don't care about money.
Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality?
Well, yeah.
Pieces of lodestone were used as the first magnetic compasses, from which they derived their other name, course stones. That's a stone for leaders.
Hell yeah.
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours.
Cool. But do magnetic dice even roll properly?
It's true, magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled, just like all magnetic personalities do.
I need to think about this.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dice?
Just a normal die for me, please. Very regular.
A normal die? I'm a novelty dice maker. I don't make normal dice.
What do you do then?
Polyhedral dice. Dice that have more than 4 sides. Octahedrons, trapezohedrons, dodecahedrons. But also barrel dice.
Hold on.
Teetotum bowls.
A normal dice has more than 4 sides, though. It has 6. What are you talking about, lady? Maybe not in this world. Maybe maybe a D4 is the norm in this world, I guess. But teetotum balls?
Come on now. Be a little creative.
I'm sorry, I don't actually know what I want.
How about an amber die?
Ember? Poor man's gold?
Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
Gonna make dinosaurs out of that. That sounds like me, actually, yeah.
I had a feeling.
She smiles but says nothing more. You didn't tell me the... Oh no, 7 real, okay. 8 hours, I guess, again. I need to think about it.
Maybe you have some other
Okay.
ideas for
Whew.
dice?
Okay, so I need to order one. I want to order one of these. The problem is... Not sure if I can... if I'll be able to order all of them eventually. So let's assume that I can only order one. Which one do I want? Maybe the most expensive one?
A star that fell from the... Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of
Pieces of lodestone were you. That's a stone.
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours. Maybe you have some other ideas? Ah, yes, the Wiro on that.
Ice. Death.
I'm thinking
This one sounded pretty
something
cool,
made from
but
alligator jawbone. Maybe
I also
you
like
have
the-
How about an amber? For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided
I like
die
the
from
one
a piece
that,
of amber
you know,
with a
she
fossilized
suggested.
insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
Yeah, that description is. What happens
Maybe
if I
you
tell
have
her
some other How about
Amber
an
sounds
amber
boring?
dye? All right, maybe some other dye then.
Oh.
How about an amber dye? All right, maybe some other dye then.
If it was any other game, I would assume that the most expensive one is the better choice, but it's Disco Elysium. Things can be not that simple sometimes. You know what? I think I'm gonna go for it still.
A star that
The
fell
magnetic
from
stuff
the
is
firmament?
interesting.
Those cost more than 7 real. Yes, you
Pieces of loads. That's a stone.
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours.
All right, it's a deal. Let's go.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
All right. Oh, it didn't take the money? Oh, shit.
Wow. So someone's been a little boring.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Okay, drama is attacking me for the regular dice angle that I went for. Called out? I didn't feel called out this time. Wait. Wow. You're the one calling me out right now, Dom. Are you implying that I'm boring? Because I didn't feel, you know, I didn't feel called out there. Well, that's how you learn about people, I guess, huh? I like brown, I like standards. Look, I'm just trying to do my job, no need for extravagance. What is this? Picking on me for not being crazy enough? That's the least of my concerns. Kim, am I boring? The White Wolf. I like standards. I mean, that's true. But I would also like to ask Kim if I'm boring. I think that's funny. Let's go for it.
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Harry is far from being boring. If anything, you wish he was a little more boring sometimes.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
I like standards. Fuck you.
Of course you do.
Oh.
Maybe some regulations and a usual pistol to go with them. It's official. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Have I reached 4 points? Is that what's happening? Yep, boring cup, 4 points. Oh boy. Wait, this will be my copo type now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Why not? Send out the telefax then. I'm not ashamed.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Perfect. Regular law official. -2 Inland Empire. Nothing funky. An hour and 20 minutes. It looks like you've got a bit of the normal in you. A touch of the regular. 4 grams of the Johnny normal cop. Who would have thunk it? You, the extremist of all the cops. You said some pretty boring things back there, and now you have 2 choices. You can either leave it behind and forget about it, or you can try to utilize your normalcy. Internalize it. Get a touch of vanilla back into the herring-flavored egg and licorice ice cream of your mind. Well, that's a description that definitely doesn't want me to keep it. The vanilla herring. So maybe a bit of vanilla would be definitely better than herring flavor egg and licorice ice cream. Jeez. I wouldn't know what to remove at this point for that. Indirect modes of taxation. I never went with this one. Which makes me wonder now if it could be a way to make money as well. Like the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. I'm reaching a point where I don't know what to remove. That's the issue. I think this one potentially could go. One stays. This one stays, I think. Because I need to find those posters. See what they do. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it for now. I'll keep it for later. What's this one then?
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence together, they sound weird together. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Yeah, I think I've been doing that very much.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Wait, what's that about a ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer. This is the beginning of your legend.
Alright, fuck it. Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
And that's the superstar Popo type, I'm assuming. -2 logic still seems unlikely. First, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar. In the groupies and cocaine riddled with hepatitis C strikes a lioness pose with a mic kind of way. You're not Guillaume Le Million or Davy Dewis. No, you're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it, where some would say it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. The Tony Storm Kobo type, yeah. That's true. I could go for it, but it would kill my logic even further, which I guess I don't care about. I don't give a shit about logic, actually. So do I remove this one? I think the motorway south is the next one that goes. One of them has to go. The anti-object task force could go, because honestly... Oh, well... Actually, no. This one gives me 2 extra volition and -1 logic. I could replace that with some kind of superstar, I think. I'm not sure if the +2 volition is that important. I think Motorway South probably goes first. Inland Empire at 11's, you know, like 10, 11. Seems a bit. You got food? That's nice. What kind of food did you get? Satay, coffee, ibuprofen. It's an interesting combination. So it's Motorway South or anti-object task force. But the +1 learning caps is interesting to me. That's the thing, especially for shivers. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get rid of the Motorway South. +1 Inland Empire is just not worth it, I think. The only issue I have is I'm not sure how much those thoughts can potentially, like having them can potentially affect some of the choices you get in the game or dialogue options. This one's about the pail. I don't want to lose that. I really like the pail. Stuff about it. I'm not sure which one I would replace. I mean, I guess this one, only +2 perception. I removed already some perception, so. The art degree is giving me XP, which is great, but maybe I'm reaching the point where I don't need that so much anymore. I am not sure what to do here. Maybe I wait for the end of this one. Oh my god, this one takes so long. What the hell? +2 volition. Am I gonna miss +2 volition if it goes down to 8? I do like having a lot of volition. It's pretty useful. But am I gonna miss it that much? Probably not, right? Do I have clothes that give me more volition? I think so, right? Oh no, it's authority. This one does. I just realized now that actually clicking is faster than hovering, which is stupid, but yeah, this one gives +1 checks. Maybe I get rid of this one. Sure, go down to 8. That's fine. Yo, Jinzy! Thank you for the raid. Holy hell. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome in. I don't know if you guys are behind ads right now, so I'll say hi again in a few minutes, but I apologize if that's the case. No ads for you? Perfect. How are you, Jinzy? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. What were you playing? Tell me a little bit. I feel very rude, but I'm not familiar with your content. So, were you playing Disco Elysium yourself? What's your game of choice lately? Cute emotes? Thank you, thank you. You were playing Cyberpunk. Interesting. Disco Elysium is one of your favorite games. That makes sense. That makes... Yeah. I've been enjoying it very much myself. We're on episode 38 or 39 of Disco Elysium. I've been in this game for more than 150 hours now. Like, first playthrough still, you know, completely blind, taking it in, taking my time, savoring every moment. And man, it's been a journey so far, and I'm excited to see even more of it. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I truly appreciate that. That's very generous. Thank you. I'll you know what? I always like checking out people who raid me when I'm not familiar with their content. So I'll go look at your stream once I'm done. I am always interested in you know, discovering new communities and all that. So I'll come check your content out. I haven't played Cyberpunk myself yet. I'll have to be careful for spoiler reasons, but I'll still come and check out what you're doing. Yeah, no, I'm having a wonderful time. It's definitely an experience like none others, that's for sure. And yeah, no, as a writer myself outside of streaming, it's definitely a game that I feel appeals to my kind, and sometimes calls you out for eccentricities and all that. We just had a sequence in the game earlier where writers were being called out in the game company, in the game, you know, like the Fortress accident stuff, were being called out for non-professional sleep schedules and all that, and that felt very, you know, I felt very attacked by the video game there for a second. No, absolutely, and you know, meeting new people is one of the great things about Twitch. So yeah, no, thank you very much. Truly appreciate it, and I'll gladly come and check out what you're doing on your side of the internets. So yeah, thanks again, Jinzy. Yeah, my how are you enjoying Cyberpunk, by the way? I've you know, obviously the release was a bit of a mess, and then I've still heard a lot of people recently saying that it got a lot better, so I'm interested in playing it at some point. Yeah. Not gonna be for a little while though, I think, because my next game after this is gonna be Baldur's Gate 3, which at my pace is probably gonna take me about a year, so we'll see. I'm probably the slowest player on Twitch. That's my claim to fame, is that I'm probably the slowest player on Twitch. So we'll see. Waited for all the fixes before I started, having a lot of fun with it so far. That was my idea, right? When I saw the game on release, I was like, I'm gonna wait for this one. It's probably not gonna be a bad idea to wait, so. Since he also goes through games extremely slowly, well, then we were meant to find each other on Twitch, I think. If we have similar approaches to video games. Stardew Valley opening stream music. Nice, nice. Love that. I haven't played Stardew myself outside of a few hours when it came out, but I should return to that at some point. Cozy games are cool. I sit and talk to chat a lot, to be fair, doesn't help. Kindred spirits. I feel very seen right now. Thank you. Settle in, yeah. One of us, exactly. What's up, Captain Dax? How are you today? Mostly about food? Okay, well, that's... Talking about food is always nice. Always appreciate that. Glad the raid was a bullseye. Yeah, I mean, I'm... We'll see. Give it a bit of time. We'll see. But it appears so at first sight, at least. Yeah. No, it's like yesterday's stream, for instance, was entirely spent in the church. Most of it looking at the glass representation of the Innocents, Dolores Day, right? That was the entire 5 hours yesterday, pretty much, right? So that gives you an idea of the pace, right? Tell us about your Harry. Is he a mess or is he a mess? Okay, so let me show you my my little where is it? There it is. Beautiful. Those are my current stats right there. I've apologized a lot early on, which immediately pinned me as the soy cop, which I think was a bit unfair because I've done a lot of shit. So you know. Obviously, Jinsey, take care of yourself. Bon appetit, and thank you again for the raid. I'm sure I'll see you around. Here or there. Yeah, a lot of communism, a lot of moralism. A little bit of fascism. I'm sorry, I had to get past Measurehead. I very quickly got rid of that advanced racial theory, but I had to learn about it. It was an experience, let me tell you. That was an interesting stream or two. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There you go again, apologizing. Shit. Called me out. Fucking hell. But yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've done a lot of work, right? My task list is thinning out nicely. A lot of, you know, done stuff out there. I'm feeling very accomplished, I think. One of the most interesting quests I've been on was the Insulindian Phasmid. I'm a believer. I'm a cryptozoologist enthusiast. We'll see. I'm really hoping this leads to something. Obviously, no spoilers, no information whatsoever. We have one thing I should say when we have raiders is we have extremely strict rules when it comes to game information and you know, outside influence. So don't worry if anyone gets deleted, the message gets deleted. It's not punishment. It's not, you know, there's no hard feeling. It's just my mods know exactly the sort of stuff I prefer not reading, you know. Because there's a, yeah, I like having the purest experience possible, right, without any chat influence and all that. So like if someone gets deleted, don't worry about it. It's just a deletion. There's no bans, there's no timeouts, you know, none of that, unless someone is being an ass, right? But that's a different circumstance. So it's a rite of passage, exactly. Everyone's been deleted at least once or twice. What's up, Brenzen? How are you doing today? But yeah, so I was currently, what was I doing before you guys came in? Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out what thought I was gonna forget, because I kind of want to put the superstar in. I don't know. I was thinking magnesium-based life form can go, because I have so much volition. So like getting a little less of that is fine. What's up, Lily? Don't need to worry about that. Same way, no backseating, no spoilers. Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm glad to see that sort of philosophy is also something you're familiar with. I prefer warning because we have even by the standards of no spoiler, no backseating channels, we are sometimes a little bit, you know, more extreme, I will say, in regards to like game information and all that. But you'll get used to it if you hang out. No worries. Usually pretty straightforward. We have a bit of a... It just feels like for us, the philosophy we have is if there's no line to skirt, it's easier for everyone. Mods, chatters, there's no doubt, right? So we have a very hard line of, you know, no information about the game whatsoever, and it just tends to help for clarity, right? Something I've unfortunately, you know, found out with my sort of long experience on Twitch is that if you give people a line to skirt, they will. They will do it. Like the people who actually want to backseat, right? They'll find any way they can to affect your experience if they want to. So, all right, am I getting rid of that thought? Yeah, no, you're actually welcome, Mumpout. Mumpu. Mumpu? Mumpu. I don't know. I want to pronounce it in French. Which I'm sure is not correct, but... Yeah. Yeah, very happy to meet like-minded community. It's always nice. Mumpao, okay. I'll try to remember. Mumpao. Yeah, I think I'm getting rid of life, magnesium-based life form. The +2 volition's not that important to me at this point. Yeah, goodbye. Oh, I hate it. Yep. And let's try some kind of superstar, I guess. See what it does. It's only an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll go with it. Internalize. Let's go. Beautiful. -2 logic doesn't matter too much to me, so we should be good on that. And I need to come back in 8 hours for the dice. Hold on. Okay, 1940. I'm gonna take a note of that. 1940. Dice maker. Right. There we go. Can I order another dice?
Again. Are you looking for a die?
Can I order another die?
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce 1 die per customer.
That makes sense. I love the music here. It's so cool. Okay, should I... Ah, fuck. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to level up Shivers, but now I can't. Okay, well, we'll come back. I'll have to... Maybe getting the die is gonna unlock the check. Who knows? Done that in the past, so... We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what that does in 3 streams. Wow, kind of rude. Oh. But where are the clothes it used to display? Yeah, people probably looted it, stole it over time. That would be my assumption. Where's yeah, anyone from Jinzi's community? Out of curiosity, where's I'm assuming Jinzi's eating and taking care of post-stream stuff, but where in the world are we located? You know, where's not, you know, not specifics, but like generally, where's Jinzi from? I'm curious. Are we talking European streamers or American streamers? What are we doing here? Pretty much everywhere, you know. Dutch currently living in Canada. Oh, awesome. We have a few Dutch people around here. I also hang out in a few Dutch communities. Very high Dutch representation in this game, isn't it? With the Oranje stuff. Obviously, viewers from all over. Yeah, that's cool. Canada seems nice. I remember when I was a bit younger, I was always saying that if I was to retire, I would probably retire in the forest of Canada somewhere. But right now I'm thinking that based on how things are going, I don't even know if we'll be able to retire. She pointed out the Dutch bits in the game and their failures. I do the same with the French stuff. I'm not from France, I'm from Switzerland, but French is my native language. I'm doing the same with the French mistakes all the time.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk.
Right? No, I'm good on that. Love to talk about language. Yeah, so do I. Absolutely. Very, always happy to talk about language and creative stuff as a writer. This game has been great for that. Odd that you didn't catch this graffiti earlier. Van Eyck Overdrive, it says. Okay, Egghead probably created that graffiti there. Pretty sure. We found the Negamat channel. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I'm very excited to go look at what's happening over there myself. Oh yeah, we have a thing that allows us to see the posters in the world right now. Let's I think there's one in there. Let's go see. I'm really sad that Annette doesn't really seem to be doing anything anymore. Haven't had a conversation with her since the beginning. Isn't that a poster? Oh! Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. Jeez. I'm wondering, hold on, which one is it? This one. Arno van Eyck. Maybe that's not one of them? Alright, never mind. The game sparked some deep conversations about language, the future of consciousness, and microwaved water. Yep. Who microwaves water? Oh, I mean... Anyone who's in a bit of a hurry, I guess. It's totally fine. Gotta head out for lunch. Nice to meet you. Yeah, Mumpao. Thank you for hanging out. Bon appetit. Have a good one. Oh shit, is that one of them? A message has been carved into the wall. Trans Nation, Eyck Nation. Okay, this is so funny. I feel like we're seeing all the I'm assuming those are the Eyck posters, right? It also includes graffitis and all that, but that's really cool. It feels like all those things were organized by Egghead, whatever his name is. Yeah, I don't agree with Dom there. If you have issues with anything, it's fine. It's just microwave water should be, you know, should be tolerated. It's a big political point there. Tolerating microwave water. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why microwave water... I never knew, honestly, that microwave water was such a contention point for people. It just never occurred to me. It's such a normal thing for me. I mean, I don't microwave water very often because I just don't drink tea very often. And like I have a kettle, so I might as well use it, right? But I never knew that it was such a problem. People are in the habit of assuming microwave stuff is worse without considering for water it wouldn't matter. Yes. No, maybe. Yes, Lomiril, that's what microwaves do, yeah. You're agitating the water molecules, which warms whatever you're putting in there. Okay, that's something different, Max, and I agree with that. There's a danger of easily like getting the water to extremely high levels, and it doesn't look like it because it doesn't bubble, like it doesn't boil, right? You can't see the bubbles, and then you're like, oh, this water's fine, and it's actually burning hot, right? That's a little. There's an added danger there, I guess. That's true, but it's more of a cultural thing. Yeah, probably. I mean, there's definitely a stigma with microwaves, right? That in my opinion comes from like old, you know, old school sort of thought that microwaves were bad with radiation and whatever, but which obviously makes no sense. But it used to be something I heard a lot in the 90s, for instance, right? And I'm sure it predates that. And I'm wondering if a lot of that came from, you know, advertisement propaganda by oven makers and traditional kitchen appliances makers trying to save their businesses, right? I don't know, but it seems like there could be something there. Big oven. Yeah. No, but for real though, you know. What's up, Mahesh Chandra? How are you today? Miss, good to see you. A convection oven is a big air fryer. Wow, we're getting. I don't know what it is with the air fryers. I feel like I've never heard of air fryers until like 5 years ago, and now everyone's just swearing. You know, everyone swears about air fryers all the time. They're like, no, air fryers, it's the truth. You gotta have one. They're very popular.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
And I don't think I've
pull-out
ever
toolbox,
met anyone
and the soft
in Switzerland
glow
that
of
has
the
an air
fuel
fryer.
preheater
I don't know, it's not
gauge.
big a thing here. What's up, Timmy? One of the best purchases I've ever made? Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just not that popular here. I don't know. And maybe one day I'll get one, and then I'll understand what the fuss is all about. Did I have some radio call to make? I'm not sure. Let's see.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Oh, the public library was closed earlier. Yeah, I have a note here. Call it again after 10 a.m. Beautiful. I'm gonna do that right now. Nice.
Hold on, officer.
Didn't the Avatar cartoon series have air fryers? Sokoman, I swear to God. Can someone give 30 seconds to Sokoman, please? Man, that tier 3 sub cannot come soon enough, Sokoman, let me tell you. A lot of rumors about Microsoft porting first-party titles to PS5. Interesting. I wouldn't be mad about that. There's a few Xbox exclusives that I wouldn't mind playing on PS5. There was one of them recently. I don't remember what it was. There was one game recently that was an Xbox exclusive, and I was like, I really wish I could play this one on PS5. I don't think my PC runs it. What could it have been? Starfield? Nah. Definitely not. I think it may have been Dave the Diver. somehow. Dave the Diver's PC and Xbox, yes. But I think my PC cannot run it because Windows 7. But I'm not sure about that. Hi-Fi Rush? Maybe? I'm not sure. People thinking Microsoft is going to leave hardware behind and just do what Sega did third party. Yeah, like stick with publishing instead of doing hardware. That would be pretty intense, right? Because I mean, I think the Xbox is still selling pretty well. But it will also make quite a bit of sense. Because most people have a PC, right? And so like Xboxes are just cheap PCs at this point. Because they have the same games for the most part and just, you know. Yeah, I don't know. There's no reason to own an Xbox at this point. I mean, I'm not sure it's that clear cut. It's a sort of cheaper and convenient way to play those games, right? If you're not interested in Sony's catalog and whatever. I mean, I agree on the basis that I don't know why I would ever get an Xbox, for instance. For me, it's always been forever at this point, since the 90s, it's always been PlayStation and PC. And with that, you get most of the exclusives in the game. Outside of Nintendo, of course. But yeah, I mean, if you don't have a PC, yeah, the Xbox. Or if you don't have a gaming PC and you just want a convenient thing, you can just plug in your TV and you don't have to worry about setting up. Because for a lot of... again, big reminder, we're turbo nerds, right? We're massive nerds. Obviously, most of us are going to have a PC. There's a lot of people out there that don't want the hassle of having a gaming PC or connecting it to their television setup or whatever, right? They just want a console they can plug in their fucking TV in their living room and just sit down and play video games. So I'm sure a lot of people actually see the value in Xboxes still. And Game Pass, again, is a fantastic offer, for sure. What's up, Mush? What a name there. Is that a name change? I don't remember reading that name before. And it feels like I would have noticed, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It is? Well, that's definitely a choice for a new name. Are you having self-esteem issues or... Just changed it? What was your old username? I see you've been here during Celeste or Hollow Knight, and then Lies of P. You wanted something funny? Well, there you go. I'm sure some people will agree that it is. I don't know if I'm one of them. Game Pass still better subscription service than PS Plus. Oh yeah, yeah. Fortunately, that's very true. Did it used to be a dictator's name? That was funny. It is only Twitch, nothing so serious, right? I don't know. I mean, it depends. Twitch is pretty serious for me, you know. It's where I work and socialize with a lot of people. Pretty much real life to me, you know. In a way. But I guess it's different if you're behind a camera and streaming, right? Like, it obviously if you're just a username in a chat, it's easier if you distanced with that, right? I understand it. If you're actually in front of the camera talking for hours every day, obviously it's a bit more personal to you, right? It's a bit more of who you really are, I guess, right? It would make sense at least. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. That Microsoft news is interesting. Well, rumor rather, I should say, is interesting. I'm curious to see where it goes.
I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Alice is doing great work. Love it. Beautiful. Thank you, Alice.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
A male librarian answers the call. Look at this, man. Beautiful. Did you watch the Rise of Ronin gameplay? Is that the one from what's it, like the Neo dudes? If so, I saw like a few seconds of it the other day when the state of play was happening. Team Ninja, yeah. It didn't look great to me at all. I felt like the animation was weird. It felt low budget. It felt like literally I'm you know. Again, I haven't seen enough of it, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. It looked to me like a cheap Sekiro knockoff. So I don't know. We'll see. You like Neo and Wolong? That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super interested in their stuff, but I liked Neo just fine for the few hours I played the first one, but I wasn't, you know, super engaged or anything. And I didn't think Wolong was that interesting, but I only played the demo and it was fine. Not enough to get me to buy the game though. I don't know. You enjoyed Neo too? Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say 2 was quite a bit better, but as far as I'm concerned, Neo 2 is basically just a better Neo 1.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Mejean, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
He puts down the receiver. Jeez.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
You can hear him fiddle with the printout. Home address is fine. I'm not really that good with addresses. Well, gonna have to deal with that, Harry. Yeah, Quasi? AOL dial-up, yep. I sort of miss... I wish... I was gonna say I wish we still had modems and those sounds. I actually don't, but... There was something... I don't know. Or rather, it's one of those sounds now than when I hear it. When I hear like the connection of a modem to the internet, it sort of, it has that nostalgic feeling. It's like the startup to a PlayStation 1, right? When you hear those sounds, it's instantly a rush of nostalgia from being a teenager and having no worries outside of playing video games and going to school, right? Nostalgia is the most dangerous emotion, almost had you wanting to have dial-up back. Yeah, no, I mean, just the sound, $10, okay? Which, at the time, you would plug in, you know, earbuds or put a pillow on it to avoid having to hear it. And now that you don't have it anymore, you sort of miss it, right? This game really delivers on the nostalgia, doesn't it? It does, for sure. Definitely has a nostalgic vibe, absolutely. That's crazy, Fyrdon. Are you doing like the Abyss stuff in Neo? 'Cause I think that can take a long time, right? Nostalgia almost makes me want to play League again. You know, Dom, I've been thinking about it recently. I'm trying to resist it. I allowed myself to get back into StarCraft 2, which has been awesome so far, and I'm very happy. I'm worried about League being the next step of my nostalgia drive, of, you know, my ride through nostalgia. But yeah, no, League is a bad idea, I feel. I have to resist ever getting back into this. But yeah, StarCraft 2 has been great. I've enjoyed going back there in StarCraft 2. It's been quite fun. Magic, then WoW, then StarCraft 2, now League. No. I'm gonna stop at StarCraft 2. I'm pretty sure. And Magic is not really nostalgic, right? It's just a game that's, you know, it's timeless, and that's not a pun. Yeah, Credo, you used to play StarCraft 2 or something? StarCraft you can play by yourself without moronic teammates. I mean, I was trying to play with Naz, but... Oh, say he also said it. Nailed it. Beautiful. But yeah, no, I wish to play more with Naz, but I think Naz is embarrassed to play. Which he shouldn't. I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to play. Naz prefers the Protoss? No, I'm a Zerg, actually. I'm a Zerg main. But I do enjoy playing the other races, especially Protoss. I'm not too big of a fan of Terrans, although I enjoy playing them during a campaign. But multiplayer, I'm more of a Zerg player, with Protoss as a secondary, I think. Absolutely out of the question. Where? There you go. I mean, you mean League, right? Yeah. No, League, I understand. But StarCraft 2, I mean, you shouldn't hold off on playing StarCraft 2 with me on accounts of you don't want to, like, drag me down or anything. I don't give a shit about losing or winning. It's just good practice for build orders anyway. So if that's what's holding you back, don't worry about it. We can definitely play. I don't care. If it's because you don't want to play, that's a different question. I understand that. As a kid, I had a blast with them. StarCraft, yeah. Well, hey, Credo, if you ever want to play StarCraft 2, I'm out there. Well, we'll see. You haven't installed it. Okay. There. Yeah, home address is fine. Thank you, Jamrock Public Library.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
Oh, well, of course. So it confirms... I guess that confirms that it's... She mentioned... Did she mention living in Rue de Saint-Ghislain? I'm not sure. Hey, Credo, maybe if you get into it, we can convince Naz to do 3v3s. That would be fun. Two people can carry... Or maybe you both drag the MMR low enough that I can carry both. I'm kidding. I'm not very good. Do you have any other information on Billy Méjean?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Oh, didn't the wife mention something about bringing a book back to the library because he forgot? Do you know someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Méjean? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
You hear someone answer from afar.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Oh, of course. I'm so dumb. Billy is the wife. That's her name. And he returned the books for her. That's the story. Man, it's been so long. Like, we had that conversation, what, 3 weeks ago at this point. So obviously my memory is a bit vague, which is very on point for Harry, by the way. My role-playing of Harry is just absolutely on point. Unintentionally, but on point. Ask for this new sci-fi release, Loose Radio City 87, but we don't have it. So Billy Méjean is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband? You know the husband's name. Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like? Thank you, that's all for me. I have no other questions. Okay, let's go one after the other. So Billy Méjean is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
Okay.
And then goes for a little drink later, on the lookout.
Well, yes, empathy. That's what people do, I guess. Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like?
Marie?
A moment passes.
She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second.
Put Mary on the phone, for fuck's sake! God damn it.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you. That's all from me. I have no other questions. End the call with the library.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up the call and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me?
It's good, Alice, thank you.
57th, over and out.
Her voice disappears into the void.
In the cabin, you see...
Yeah. Go to Billy Méjean's apartment to deliver the bad news. It's in the apartment building, North Martinez, apartment 20. I don't know if we saw number 20, but let's just go there and see what happens. Oh, that's gonna be a great conversation. Looking forward to it. What shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? An old poster hidden below new ones. Arno van Eyck, 49, Disco Elysium. Sounds like an obscure live performance in a dirty underground bunker. Sounds cool. So I'm assuming maybe number 20 is one of those up there. Let's see. Can I ask her where number 20 is?
Give me a moment.
I'm looking for Billy Méjean. Do you know where she lives?
It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find the Méjeans in apartment 20 upstairs. It's one of those doors on the balcony.
Thank you, I'm off. So I'm assuming that means on the other side. The balcony is on the other side, I think. Unless both are balconies? I don't know. Ah, shit. I think I might have been... Oh. Oh, is it this one? No running in the hallway, you hooligan?
A weathered brown door.
There it is.
The number reads 20.
I am not looking forward to that conversation. Let me tell you.
Something smells good. Soup à l'oignon.
Oh boy, okay. If there's soup à l'oignon, I'm inviting myself in. Soup à l'oignon is delicious. Oh, I'm excited now. I'm hungry now. I actually want soup à l'oignon now. God damn it. French onion soup, or, you know, well, soup à l'oignon with like a nice crust of cheese on top. Oh my god. Just the thought of it. It's, well, I mean, it's, I would say it's the perfect weather. But it's actually been pretty warm like these days, right? But it's perfect winter food, that's for sure. Hit the spot on a cold day, yeah, no, absolutely. I'm amused that there's a food where Americans calls it French onion soup, and then the French just call it onion soup. It sounds like a joke answer. Yeah, I mean, it's just onion soup, right? I mean, again, not French, but I've never heard anyone here say French onion soup, right? We just say onion soup. I don't know why it's specifically French onion soup. Is there a difference in the US between like a regular onion soup and a French onion soup? I guess the French say fries as well. Yeah, I mean, fit, right? There's no French in there. I don't think regular onion soup is really a thing in the US. There's only French onion soup. Okay. Well, what would be the difference though? Is the French onion soup specifically with the cheese on top and all that? Because you can get onion soup without the cheese, right? But it's still just onion soup, I guess. I have a fucking pimple here and it's very annoying. Why am I getting pimples at over 40 years old? Jesus. I'm not supposed to. America loves branding, so they brand everything. Typically, French onion is a dark soup in a bread bowl with cheese on top. Well, yeah, that's typically how you would prepare onion soup. But I get it. I understand. It's just a thing, right? It's a way of making it sound fancier, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Quasi, right? Just like every fucking perfume brand has like Paris written on it, right? Stuff like that. Onion soup is a vehicle for cheese and crusty bread, like popcorn is a vehicle for butter. I don't know. I think the onion soup matters quite a bit. I mean, so does the popcorn, to be fair, but... That's why we have names like pork instead of pig. Oh, I never thought about that, $10. Wait, is that really the reason? I never thought about that. I mean, in French, we also have a distinction, right? Porc and cochon. Which I'm not actually sure where it comes from, but... I think cochon is more familiar, right? It's like... when you see the animal. Or beef and cow. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's weird how we differentiate the name of the animal if it's for food or not. I wonder why. They brand non-Swiss cheese as Swiss cheese as well. Anything is permitted. Goddamn Americans. I hope you're ashamed. See, we also steal your food, but we don't name it like American stuff, right? It's just, right? Nobody calls it an American cheeseburger. We are. Yeah, ones. Yeah. Should I call you Ones, by the way? I'm not sure. One's the loneliest. I'm not sure what name you usually go by, but you give credit and you just steal. Well, I guess you could frame it this way. One or loneliest. Okay, I'll go with Ones, I think. Let's see what the brain does. The brain is gonna do what the brain's gonna do, right? Ones, so we'll see. What's up, Anxious? How are you today? We have American cheese in the US too, to be fair. Right, that's true. You guys just like saying where things come from. I guess that's a thing, right? You like being specific about the provenance of items. I respect it. Yeah, that's fine. Vermont apple pie. Oh, that sounds good, actually. Louisiana style seafood. That doesn't sound good. I'm not one for seafood, unfortunately. I wish I liked seafood more than I do. I just can't. It's the one like subspace of food where I'm a bit picky. Seafood. I like fish generally. I do like sushi and stuff like that, but there's a lot of seafood that I really don't enjoy. There's a lot of variety of things between different parts of the US. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes more sense when you're in a gigantic country like that, you know, that has a lot of exporting of local and whatnot. Filet o fish, the best seafood. I don't know. I like a filet o fish. I think they're good, but yeah. Anyway, let's see what that soupe à l'oignon leads to there.
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
I know, Kim, but I'm just afraid of the conversation I'm gonna have to have with Billy.
This is the door. You already know it's the right door.
Yeah.
This is going to be so hard.
I love that the game, like, obviously it's very obvious, right? But it's interesting because the game never really mentions, before this specific moments, how shitty that conversation is going to be, right? Because you find her husband, like, you convinced her husband was missing, which she at first didn't want to believe, right? You convince her of that, and then you find the husband in question. And so you're like, oh my god, this is gonna fucking suck. And the game never really acknowledges that until just now. But it still does. And I like that because as the player, obviously you're like, oh god, this is gonna suck, right? And then the game's like, yep, it is going to suck. Again, that's one of those examples where the game's writing, or the writers rather, really paid attention to what the player was going to think about and what mindset it was going to be in, and the thoughts you may have, and they play with that, right? They play with your expectations and the stuff that you're, as the player, are likely to have in your mind at the specific point, which makes it feel very immersive in a way. I don't know. It's really clever how they do it. Like the "You're welcome" line, exactly. Yeah. Oh, it's so perfect. They've really nailed the writing in this game to a level that I have not seen that in a video game ever. It's really, really clever. You can tell those, and that's what I mean. Every time we have that conversation about writing in video games, that's what I mean when you're using actual writers. You know? And I'm not saying every game should do stuff like that. It works in this game because it's a very specific genre of game, right? But you can't get those things if you don't have experienced writers who know how to play with the reader's expectations and mindset and all that, right? It's a big part of the writing process, which is not something that you will necessarily understand if you're not an experienced writer, right? Because it's not necessarily one of the first skills you're going to develop. It takes time and practice and sort of all that experience, right? It's not just writing a story. It's a sort of like more precise skill that only develops with time and experience. There's not really nothing really you can do to learn that. It's just something that, you know. Started working on a new project, having to learn a new programming language, looking forward. Ah, that's nice. Beautiful. Hope it goes well. Scala. Yeah, I'm not familiar with programming languages. Just don't try to talk to her about Contact Mike. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes, Reiki. I have a feeling... Here's the thing. Knowing Harry and the general vibe of this game, I have a feeling that this could go very wrong. Very poorly. If I miss a check or something. I should have checked my clothes to make sure I had a good setup. Maxing out on empathy. I mean, empathy is pretty maxed out by default with my regular setup, so that's fine. We're definitely going to need a lot of empathy in this conversation, I feel like. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure this is going to be empathy.
Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Nope. Volition. Okay. How are you, Chipmunk? Good to see you today. Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit.
You hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean.
Mm-hmm.
We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself.
Right. Well, I'm sorry to hear, Chipmunk. I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better quick, and I hope you can get your mind off of it. That's what video games are for, isn't it? Fingers crossed, yeah.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Are you sure I got this, Kim, based on historical evidence? I think Kim is a little optimistic there. Kim, I don't want to do this. Let's turn around, try to bail out. Oh my god. Beautiful. I love that this is an option. Do you have any advice on how to tell her she's...
dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
You know what, Kim? That's actually extremely good advice. I appreciate Kim for that.
Good advice.
Yep, thank you, empathy. I agree. What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
He stares at the front door for a moment, his face still. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's do it.
lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls out from the other side of the door.
And someone turns down the radio.
Look at the lieutenant first. Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door. I'm gonna look at Kim and see what happens.
He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
Thank you, Kim. Kim's a bro. Love it. Oh my god, JR. Jesus Christ. We've already been through a very painful hug with her. Alright? I'm not sure this is the appropriate way to approach this. What's up, Harmon? How are you doing? Alright, is this Billy Méjean? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
Give us a moment? Hold on!
Tidying up, nervously.
No.
There's fear in her voice.
No.
Come in, the door is open.
Alright, let me check my clothes real quick. What could I need in this situation? I mean, authority could be a little better, I think, but a bit more empathy, maybe? Instead of encyclopedia? I do like encyclopedia's bonuses, though, but I don't know. Physical instrument shivers. Ooh, empathy shoes. I didn't realize we had empathy shoes. What the hell? Since when? Oh, the fucking church. I never looked at the stats, I don't think. Or maybe I forgot about them. Oh, wow. That's a style. Jeez. Or do I want to go for authority? No, I'll go with empathy. You think they look... No, the shoes themselves look good. It's just the rest of the outfit doesn't work with them. I think they're fine shoes, yeah. With a different outfit. Just the brown with the red is not it. That's not a vibe. Brown and red. Nah. Not like this. We have a nice scarf now. I mean, we could look really cool with what we have right now. Hold on. Let's do a little fashion thing. Oh. Okay. Okay, hold on. We're cooking. We're cooking. Not the polo, that's for sure. know which shirt is better. I think this one's just more standard. Obviously remove the gloves. As far as pants go, and black pants are fine. Sorry, are fine for the most part. These are too brown. Don't work with the shoes. This is too much blue. Actually, yeah, those ones are actually it, I think. And obviously remove the bag. Remove the ledger. Change the glasses, maybe? I mean, I don't think those are bad. Those are, you know, a little bit... They're a style. I like them. I don't hate them. I think they work. These are too small. No, not it. Not it either. I mean, I could not have glasses. Ugh, no. I need glasses. No, I think those work fine. Yeah, this is a vibe. This works. See? That's what I would go with if I had to actually style Harry to look decent, right? And then with one little extra item, you can absolutely look like a hipster. There you go. Full on hipster. Just with a beanie. Funny how one item changes everything, right? Yeah, no, I look... actually, I look like a writer or an artiste, right? In a gallery or something. Yeah, beautiful. There you go, fashion. Fashion Elysium. Disco fashion? Fashion Elysium. Sounds better, I think. Yeah, I like that. This is a pretty cool, pretty decent color palette there. I wish that the pants were a bit of a different... bit more of the yellowish that they have here. I think they're a little... Ooh, okay, I did not expect that. Jeez. Yeah, that was a mistake. Ugh. The blue jeans, the problem with the blue jeans, it's fine, but I think it's too much blue with the jacket. It's sort of too, like, you know. This is way too brown. That brown and the red shoes, nah, doesn't work. This is a bit more yellowish. It sort of matches with the orange sort of tint of the neck and shoes. Yeah, no, this is good. Look at how amazing Harry looks right now. Oh my god. What a vibe. I need to remember that. If there's ever like a party or something in the game, I'm definitely going with that outfit. If we manage to create the club and there's an opening in the church, I'm definitely going like this. Not great for stats though. Not great for stats, I will say. Way too much logic that we don't care about, but... It's a good fit. Yeah. I like it. Anyway. Let's put back our normal clothes. Oh man, I've mixed up my entire thing. Oh, this one's supposed to be here. This one's here. Yep. Ugh. Polo's disgusting. There. I wouldn't have guessed that being logical is also fashionable. This is truly a different world. Yeah. Hey, I mean, you know, to each their own, but to me I think that was the best I could do with the items I had in terms of making Harry look actually good and presentable, right? The scarf honestly goes a long way. It ties the whole thing together, I feel like. Yeah, a scarf is a very good accessory for everyone, really, but for men who tend to have less options in terms of accessories, right? Scarves are a pretty good option. I like him. Also very cool in the winter, because fog being cold, right? I don't know. Anyway, let's look like a cop again, and let's go for it. With my little bag. I'm gonna remove the bag. I'm not about to tell a woman that she lost her husband with a plastic bag in my hand. Okay? There's a limit. Dun, dun, dun. Did someone leave through the back door? Question mark. I wonder. Hello, detective. Hello, madame. An empty pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. The same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. Okay. Don't worry, madame. I'm just gonna inspect your place before I... A chalk-drawn height charts for children's growth over the years. What? Oh. Children room. A textbook for high school mathematics, trigonometry mostly. Oh, is that the us? Was there children? A poster of contemporary pop stars adorn the walls. Oh, did she ask the children to go play outside? Because she felt like bad news was coming. The clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Its ticking makes you anxious. Rings hollow in the room. Or maybe not, maybe they left. Because they're bigger? I don't know, older? I mean, this looks like a very small children room, right? Packages of humanitarian aid macaronis. Some leftovers kept warm over a stovetop. 2 plates. And that's it. I'm really trying to get a sense if the children lived here recently or not. Windows covered in old newspaper clipping. I think that's about it. We've seen everything. I want macaronis. I would not be against macaronis right now, myself. Yes. I'm not sure what I'm gonna eat after the stream tonight. Probably a sandwich and some cheese. Have some Gruyere. Delicious. Smells like buckwheat and onions here. Oh yeah, that's the fucking onion soup. I want a bowl. Can I get a bowl of onion soup, madame? Before we get to the conversation. Baked macaroni in the fridge. Good. What are you calling baked macaroni though? Is this just macaroni with cheese in them and then like cheese on top and you just bake that? Or is it anything a little more special?
It's you from the book stand.
Yes.
Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
Oh boy. She smiles nervously before the smile vanishes from her face. She knows. She's seeing it on our face. Mac and cheese with cheese on top and then you broil it to get the crispy top. Yeah. Delicious. Love that. I think she knows exactly what we're about to say.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
Okay, 2 questions, Billy. First question, can I get some onion soup? Second question, is the tea microwaved? Asking for a friend. If so, yes, please. It tastes better, clearly. I don't know. The lemonade is... Oh, jeez. Oh, was it? Oh my... Which... Was it in The Office? I think it was in The Office. What was her name? Erin? She takes care of an old woman in one of the seasons for a while. And she microwaves some Gatorade because she doesn't know how to make tea. The thought of it is just... revolting, yeah. Man. Hot lemony drinks are good? Yeah, but... Yeah, microwave Gatorade? Not sure. I feel like the sugars and everything in it would react in a weird way. And I mean, it's Gatorade. It's, you know. But yeah, hot lemony drinks are good. Yeah, I agree. You know when you're sick and you're having some... like, some of those, like, lemony hot drinks with, like, medicine in them? It's the best part about being sick, honestly. There's not that many other good parts about being sick, so it's pretty easy to be the best part about being sick, but still. Hot water with lemon and honey? Yeah. Absolutely. Delicious. It's got electrolytes. Sure does. Good for replenishing your fluids, as Dwight would say. Man, I need to watch The Office again. I'm probably gonna watch The Office when I play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth off stream. It's probably gonna be my companion show.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
Him trying to look cool, trying to look relaxed, you know. Cleaning his glasses. I thought he was gonna support me. He already abandoned me. I assume you mean the American Office? Yes. One of the few examples where I like the remake of something better than the original. I mean, don't get me wrong, the UK Office is fine. It's just very short and doesn't really go anywhere, right? It's just a very short show. And it's super funny, but it's also over before it starts, right? So, yeah, the American one got a real identity of its own, and I think it's great. I mean, it's not all of it. Not all of it is amazing, but very charming characters. That goes a long way for me when it comes to like sitcoms. Couldn't get into The Office, but I know it's good. Yeah, I mean, I would say the first season is pretty rough, right? If you have time and the will, it's good to at least go to like episode 1 of season 3, of season 2. Sorry, like the first episode of season 2. So like the 7th episode overall. That's when it really gets its identity, I think. Yeah. You can skip season 1 for the most part if you're really not, you know. Although I will say it does set up a few things that come, you know, that are relevant later. So it's worth just, again, enduring like 6 episodes of 20 minutes. Like 6 episodes, 20 minutes each. It's like 2 hours, right? It's not that big of an investment. And then by the end of episode 1 of season 2, if you're still not into it, maybe it's just not for you. But I think it really like finds its rhythm extremely fast in season 2. Like as soon as you start season 2, the tone is a bit different, the vibe is a bit better. You sort of start seeing a few of the character developing, and it's really interesting. Episode 1 of season 2 is the Dundies, right? Or am I confused? I think that's usually the episode where people start clicking with the characters and all that. The Dundies. But yeah, I always remember the end of the Dundies episode is sort of when a lot of people that I've watched the show with were like, oh, okay, I'm into it now. You know, it sort of sets up a few things with the characters, and you know, it's the beginning of one of the journeys of the show, I guess, in terms of characters and.
He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm alright. I'm not really here for the tea. Not now. Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
So, she stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in the hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
Are you sure, Rhetoric? I don't know if that's the play. Let's see. Empathy maybe help?
Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
Empathy Impossible 17. Oh! Look at all those stats! I mean, we had a pretty good chance even on default, but like, geez. That is a lot of bonuses. Holy crap. We literally cannot fail unless double one. So, how have you been? I noticed you were cooking something. You live here with Victor, your husband, right? No. We have to cut to the chase here. Like, she's clearly extremely nervous. Let's... I think Rhetoric is wrong on this one. You live here with Victor, your husband, right? Yes. Well, not anymore. See, I would be perfect for that job. Talk about the weather, man. It's gonna be so much better, you know. He's at the big station in the sky. Sounds like something Harry would say. Yes, very much so. Ta-da. Man, I'm like, there's a part of me that wants to click on this just to see if that's actually an option in the game. I would lose my mind if it was an option. I don't think I can. I mean, I would, like, let's say, okay, maybe I lose 1 point, right? We're still on 17, so we're fine. It's tempting just for the curiosity of it, but... You're looking at the internal struggle? Yeah, no, it's... I'm... God... Is that a red check? It probably is. Yeah, it's a red check. Ooh. If the small talk gives me like a huge negative thing, it could be dangerous. Leave. There's a leave option. I love that there's a leave option. That's... How bad is it? Goodbye, ma'am. Oh. God. Makes small talk, doesn't elaborate, leaves. Oh, God damn it. It is so tempting. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna get to what I'm thinking it will. And then I'm gonna just be disappointed. I mean, that is something the police usually asks, right? I've seen like some videos, like true crime stuff and whatnot, and they're like, "You live here with your, like just to confirm before giving the information." I think it's like a procedure thing, maybe. Right? That seems to be something they tend to ask first, right? You or, blah blah blah, and you live here with your husband, da da da, and then, well, I'm sorry to inform you that, I feel like that's something I'm seeing when it comes to police breaking bad news. Eat soup, drink hot lemonade, small talk, leave. I'm very disappointed that we cannot ask for some hot onion soup. I would have definitely gone for it if that was an option. Because, like, I mean, this isn't small talk, I don't think. This is small talk. This isn't small talk. I think that's... It seems... Am I trying to convince myself? Yes. If that's what you think, you're right. I am trying to convince myself. I'm trying to talk myself into picking that option. This one, just out of curiosity. Okay, let's go for it. No, I mean, it's a stupid question. We know she lives here with her husband, right? I can't believe I want to click on this just to see if the game thought of a joke that I thought about. That I'm not gonna click anyway, if that option comes later, right? If that leads to the joke I thought about, I'm not gonna click on it. Obviously not. I'm not a monster. But I kind of want to confirm if it does or not. I hate myself. Sounds like something a monster would say. A. There's extensive video evidence on this channel that I'm only trying to do best for everyone. Okay? I have a very, very intense desire for ethical behavior. I'm not saying accidents don't happen. They do. Okay? See, I knew that one was coming. Clearly an accident. Okay? I don't remember. Is the version of that clip the one where it cuts just before the attack hits? Because it's so fucking funny. Dude, it is so funny, $10. It's such a perfect cut. Dude. I don't remember. Did I one-shot it? Or was I able to escape him and then... Oh, no, I don't remember. I think we appeased him later or something. We had to like pay for our mistake or something, and then it was calm again. I don't remember. It's been over a year. It's almost 2 years ago. I mean, all mistakes. Jesus. Clearly all just mistakes. Accidents. They happen. All right, let's see. You live here with Victor, your husband, right?
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie.
I did not want to get into a big conversation. God damn it! I just wanted to... How old are your daughters?
Jolie is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month.
Where's everybody? I don't see anyone home. I mean...
The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out.
You know what? There's a reason there. Maybe it's okay. Ask where the daughters are to make sure they're not in the home or, you know.
She swallows visibly.
He still hasn't come home. Why are you asking this? No! This is...
No.
She stops.
Why? Do you have any news?
This was a terrible, terrible, terrible mistake. Oh my god, dude. There's something else I have to tell you. I mean, okay, hold on. We kind of have to confirm that it's him, right? Remind me again, what was he wearing when you last saw him? Because, well, I mean, we're pretty sure, right? But... Remind me again, what was he wearing when you last saw him?
His old leather jacket.
Can you describe it?
It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so...
Did we grab that jacket? I'm not sure. Oh man, if we had... I don't know. I don't think... If we picked up the jacket, wearing it for this conversation would have been ideal. Just saying.
It reminded him of his teenage years.
What about the inner lining? No distinctive features? What about the inner lining?
Yes. The lining is hand-sewn. It's blue.
Okay.
I tried to make the thing more weatherproof since he's running around with it in the middle of winter.
Alright, there we go. We confirmed the identity of the victim. Beautiful. See, we're doing our job. I'm very proud of myself. There's something else I have to tell you.
She folds her hands across her chest. Here it comes.
Okay, cool. Oh, you should have dressed up as him. Yeah, exactly. And probably I should have been drinking before coming here, right? So, how have you been? Okay, so the game didn't go for the you live here with Victor, your husband, right? Well, not anymore. That would have been so funny, though. I would have lost it if that was an option. I understand why it's not, but... Oh my god. I would have... Dude. I would still be howling if that had been an option. I swear to God. I would have fallen from my chair. Missed opportunity, riders. See, that's why you want to hire me as a writer for your upcoming big video game project. Whatever company might be listening to this message. I would have thought of that. I would have made it happen. Not a monster, by the way. Just saying. Just creative minds. I noticed you were cooking something. Oh, maybe there's still a chance for us to get some onion soup. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna have to tell her the news. Now is not the time to roll a snake eyes. So. What kind of roll do I want? Let's ask for a reasonable roll. I want an 8. There. 8 is perfectly reasonable, right? Slightly above average. Beautiful. Alright, please game. Give me an 8. Thank you, 10 bucks. 10 bucks is putting together a what's it called? Not a video resume, portfolio. No, what's the term I'm looking for? A reel. Yeah, a reel. So that I can find a job in the industry. Honestly, not a bad idea to get a job in the industry. Like do a reel with like clips of your Twitch channel. I don't think it's such a terrible idea. Depending on what kind of job you're trying to get, right? But Dum 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 dum. All right, here goes nothing. Come on, give me an 8. Just a nice little 8. Even a 4, I'll take it. It's not a double 1, please.
You've done
Oh
this.
my god!
Just keep your focus.
Oh, dude. Oh. 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 Jeez, you managed to not be a dick. Good job. Yeah, thank you. Oh. Holy crap. That was a close call. Holy crap. Oh my lord. Dude, I almost failed probably like the most overwhelmingly positive roll I've had in the entire game. Like empathy is a huge stat and I had like +8 modifiers. We've had other, you know, checks that would only fail with a double 1, like 97%, but this one was like overwhelming. And I almost failed it. I am terrified. Yeah, I think Mex almost fucking materialized that into existence. You would have been banned, Mex. if I actually, if you had said double 1 and I rolled it, I swear to God, I would have timed you out. Please don't wish for rolls anymore. Please, have mercy. Yeah, I'm scared of your powers, Max. You have too much power. I'm scared. Can't let that happen. You've done this before, just keep your focus. God, do I just say he's dead like that? Or, I mean, I think I can do this one before I do whatever's next, right? This is just too empathy. Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Méjean, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Oh, White Wolf. Obviously the green sort of, you know, like the green made it obvious that I won. But like my eye immediately saw the first one. And I was like, oh my god, what is going on? There was a little moment there when I, you know, a brief instant where I wasn't too sure. And I mean, it doesn't change anything, right? Whether you get a 3 or a 12, it doesn't change anything. You pass the check. But still. Like, that's the weird thing, the weird psychological thing about dice, right? You have the same chances of rolling a 3 than you have a 12. But it still feels like you got away with it. Even though it doesn't make any logical sense, right? Or mathematical sense, I would. But psychologically, you still feel like you dodged the bullet. Well, I guess if one of the dice like hits a 1, I guess mathematically you kind of, you know, have a higher chance of the other one rolling a 1. Oh. You have more chances of hitting a 3 than a 12. That's true, yeah. Because there's 2 ways of getting a 3 with a double dice roll. Yeah. You're right, Sorrel. Fuck you. Yeah. My point stands. Let's just replace 12 with 11, right? It still feels like you're getting away with something. With a 3 rather than 11, even though doesn't or even if we want to make it like push it further, if you roll a 3 or a 7 with 1 and 6, it feels like rolling a 3 you get away with more than actually hitting a 7, which makes no sense. But yeah, Chipmunk. God, do I just say he's dead like that?
Yes. That's the most important thing. Use that word.
Okay, that's something I've actually heard quite a bit in like hospitals or like police work and so on. Like you have to use the actual word. Otherwise, you know, it's too vague. You want to avoid misunderstandings, right? You want to be as clear as possible.
No euphemisms.
Yeah.
This is what you came here for.
Yeah. I'm glad Rhetoric agrees on this one, at least. Because the small talk advice was terrible. Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Méjean, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. And he smelled like shit. No, okay, I'm not adding that, of course. But
What did you say?
she blinks.
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Yeah, I'm making jokes, you know, to like... sort of make it easier on myself. But it's actually very sad. Your husband has returned his last book. Cheese. He drank his last drink. He won't be missing anymore. Your husband, Victor Méjean, is dead. I am very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh.
She says
But
again.
he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table, where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray. Okay, that one hit me there. But he was just, you know, that one line here, that one hits. That's a very, very, very sad line. That sort of... almost denial, right? Of just... Like that person was there a few hours or a few days ago, and then suddenly they're just gone like that, right? Yeah, the absurdity of it all, exactly. Like it's so incomprehensible. It's not, it's different if you like someone's sick for a long period of time and you know it's coming and you have time to sort of process that, like do your anticipated grief and all that, right? But sometimes it's just so fast, so brutal. Like, I remember the difference in like how it felt different for my dad and my grandmother, for instance. Like my dad was a long process. I sort of like everyone, like we all knew it wasn't gonna get better. It was just a long process, right? And when it finally happened, there was relief more than anything. My grandmother was a bit different. She got a treatment, and the treatment worked extremely well. She was in remission for about a year. And, she was doing mostly fine. She was very tired, but she was old as well, right? She was an old person who got through a very rough treatment and who was, because of the pandemic, was forced to stay inside because she didn't have any antibodies anymore because of the treatment. It would take like a long time to recover and all that. So she was staying inside for the most part. She was a bit depressed because she couldn't go out anymore and see friends and all that. So, she was not in a great state, but she was, like the numbers were good every time she went to the doctor. Every month. And then one month we went to the doctor and I remember like it was like, well, the numbers don't look good. Time. Like it instantly like came back and like she had a form of leukemia, right? It instantly came back and within a month went from normal values to like skyrocketing back to even worse than before she did the treatment. And the doctor said, yeah, well, I think it's time to go, into palliative care and be as comfortable as possible and all that. And I still remember, and that's the wild thing is that 3 days after that, she was gone. She was only in palliative care for 3 days. Not even 3 days, I think, 2 days. It was on a Thursday and on Sunday, even like the Sunday morning, really like very early in the first hours of Sunday, she was gone. So she spent 2 full days in palliative care, and that's it. Which is insane. Because like literally the day we went to the hospital and got the results, she was walking around the house. She was doing, she was fine. She was doing her things. She had a bit of a back pain, which was turned out was a symptom. But we didn't know she had back pain most of her adult life. So that didn't mean anything, right? Yeah, she was still like, even like 3 days before that hospital visit, she was cooking food for herself and everything. And yeah, just suddenly like numbers don't look good. Cancer came back, like leukemia came back. Go into palliative care. And literally 2 days later, gone. Like it's so insane. She was, yeah, White Wolf. She, full of morphine and all that. It was fine. But yeah, it's that weird realization that it went so fast. And I mean, I was sort of prepared for it as well, because when the diagnosis first came, I started going through that process. I had a very rough anticipated grief process during the 2 years that she was sick. And, well, 1 year sick and 1 year in remission, but it was a rough process for me. But I always, like, because of the remission, it always felt like there would be more time. Like, when it came back, I always felt, okay, when it's going to come back, I'm going to have a few months or whatever to prepare, right? 2 days, just like that. So yeah, that that one sentence here, the he was just, that sort of brutality and the fucking speed at which it happens is like really hits, and that's even worse when it's accidental, right? Obviously, when it's accidental, it's even worse because there was no sickness, there was no old age, there was no expectations. It just happened, right? I lost a few friends like that. No one close to my family, but a few friends when I was younger. When I was in high school, one of my I wasn't really too much in touch with him anymore. But one of my middle school friends died in a motorbike accident. Her sister was in high school with in the same high school, not the same class, but same high school. I remember that was rough. Sister. Waved goodbye to my homies after eating breakfast. They got on the Black Hawk. They died. Lost 4 guys in 1 day. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you were in the service, that's unfortunately, I think something most of you guys are familiar with, right? It's unfortunately a field where it happens extremely regularly, right? Yeah, dumb. That's rough. Yeah, that's just what life is, I guess. Huh. And I think it goes sort of beyond death sometimes, right? Even like relationships with people and friendships or romantic relationships or whatever. It suddenly it just fizzles and it just feels like it's coming out of nowhere and just that's life. Coming and goings of people and yeah, Lumiriel, that's rough. That's very fast. Sorry. Tel Aviv, yeah, I guess. There's something, I mean, there's something to be said about like most of human beings go through that sort of process at one point or another, right? Most of us. So, and the ones who don't are not luckier. Obviously, if they haven't, it means they either are one of the ones who left too early or they're people who have no one. So, in any case, it's not a much better outcome, I guess. Yeah, I get that. Like the the expectations. I every time I go to my grandmother's apartment, which some of you may know, but I live in the I live in a on the floor above her apartment. That's where I came back when I came back originally to take care of my dad and then take care of my grandmother, and then I stayed here, and now I use her apartment as a sort of I don't really live in the apartment. I just use the kitchen mostly and the make my food, and I don't use the living room, or I sometimes use the bedroom in the summer when it's too warm up here, so that's good. But and the office, I use the office a little bit here and there. But yeah, every time there's still moments even over a year and a half later. Can't believe it's been a year and a half. I go down there and I expect the light to be on in her bedroom in the middle of the night, because she used to sometimes wake up in the middle of the night. She would read books. So when I went down, you know, to maybe get food or go to the bathroom or something, I would see the light and I would just peek my head in, be like, hey. And she was just reading, you know, can't sleep. Oh, okay. You know. And I sometimes go down and I expect the light to be on or something. But of course it never is. That light turned off for the last time someday. Oh well. What can you do? Yeah, maybe I will, White Wolf. That sort of sad line, it got me. Oh shit. Yes, Ting. Yeah, that's the duality of death, I guess, right? Yeah, Kimi, you know what? That's an interesting thing, because my dad actually said the same thing. He lost his dad very young in an accident, and he always said the same thing. He knew, you know, roughly at what time his dad would come home, right after work, when he was a kid, teenager, and he would always hear like footsteps in the hall, or the door unlocking or whatever. And every time, for a long time, long time, every time he would hear those sounds, he reacted to them as if his dad just came. That seems to be a very universal thing. Very very interesting how sounds and like smells or impressions just have that lasting feeling. Oh well, you know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know this is a pretty heavy conversation now. It's one of those situations where the game sort of, you know, delivers topics and emotions on a very, very intense level, so. Haffy002, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Supports means a lot. Thank you, Haffy002. You will be remembered. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Sorrel. Yeah, actually, I mentioned that the other day, but yesterday, I had dinner with my mom as we do most Sundays. And she reminded me that it was 5 years since my dad passed, which I didn't realize it was. And it's sort of like, it was really weird to think about the fact that it already had been 5 years. Like, it's insane. And yeah, I mean, I realized that when it comes to my dad, I think I did most of the work when it comes to the grief, because it was, again, it was something that was really a relief when it happened, because he suffered a lot. But I realized, you know, especially conversations like today, I realized that with my grandmother, it's very different. I haven't fully recovered yet. Don't know if I will. She was definitely the most important person in my life for my entire life. So, you know, saved my ass. She definitely saved my ass a few times, and also. Yeah. Haven't been active in chat much because I'm still catching up on your VODs. I want to thank you for those great streams and conversation. Well, thank you, Hafi, for watching and supporting the channel. It really means a lot. Thank you so very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the VODs. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how far you are in the VODs journey, but I think we're on episode 39 today or something. So I guess I'll see you more when you catch up with us. I am sure by skipping a few less interesting conversations here and there, you'll be with us in no time. Yeah. Bit of balance between not getting spoiled and wanting to participate. I get it. It's difficult. I understand. It's such a wonderful game. I can totally imagine watching the VODs and being like, "Oh man, I wish I had been there for that conversation." And then but you still don't want to sort of spoil the adventure for yourself, right? For the journey we're on. But yeah, hopefully you managed to catch up before we finish the game. So we'll see. What's up, Sir Kel? How are you doing? Yeah, White Wolf. You know what? I thought about that when she passed. There was some of her food in the freezer. And I made the conscious decision not to eat it. Because I was dreading that moment of this was her last, you know. I had to sort of decide for myself that the best way I could deal with it was accept that she was gone. And that, you know, she wouldn't be cooking and I wouldn't taste her cooking anymore. I think it would have been too hard for me to have that last meal and knowing it was it. I know what is the last meal that my grandmother cooked that I had with her. I remember it. I know what it was. And it makes me sad thinking about it, but at least, you know, I didn't know at the time, sort of. So I think that was better. For me, it was better than knowing, you know. So. And yeah, I mean, you know, different decisions. I'm glad you had that experience, and I'm hoping it brought you some happiness. Thank you, Sir Kel, and thank you for the resub. 5 months. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Sir Kel. Thank you for the support, everyone, tonight. That means a lot. Sir Kel, you will be remembered. Thank you. Yeah, Cassie. Well, hopefully you don't have to worry about that for a while. That's what I wish to everyone. But yeah, I mean, it's what a journey this life is, I guess. I still remembered I will always remember the last words my grandmother said to me, because she was in the hospital. She was already, you know, she was in the palliative care home and you know, quite drugged up, you know, morphine and all that. But still, at some point, there was one point where she was still lucid in the last day. And I remember we were just having like a bit of a conversation with my mom, and we were around her and talking, and we were talking, you know, about like she sort of, I don't know, she was listening to a conversation, and I'm not sure how much she was fully aware of the conversation we were having and whatnot, but I remember her saying, I think my mom asked me if I was tired because I hadn't slept in like over 24 hours or something. I said, yeah, I'm tired, but it's okay. I'll you know, I'll go home at some point, or I'll sleep around here or something. And I remember that's the last word she said before she, you know, was basically sleeping and, you know, drugged up and morphined up and wasn't talking anymore. But she said, "We can all rest now." She said it in French, obviously, but that's the rough translation. We can all rest now. And I don't know, I wonder if in a way, you know, she both knew that, obviously she was aware that her time was arriving, and I think in a way she also knew like how much energy it maybe took for us to take care of her in the last, you know, 2 years, and obviously also like I hope she knew how much, you know, she also worked for us to be where we were, and like I mean she did so much to help me and support me like throughout my entire life. So I hope that like that there's so much meaning in that sentence. We can all rest now, which I think is just like, if I could pick last words to hear from the person I loved the most my entire life, it would definitely. I would have not thought about those probably, but it ranks very high in the terms of like best last words I could have ever imagined. So, yeah. She definitely nailed those last words, let me tell you. I will never forget them. And she went in her sleep. I was literally sleeping. I was sitting next to her bed, and I was like sleeping, you know, with my arms, like my head in my arms on the side of her bed, sitting next to the bed, and I was holding her hand, right, while she was sleeping. My mom was sleeping on the bed. We had a little bed in the room where we could sleep, but we traded, you know. And yeah, it was just, I fell asleep just there. Which is interesting because it's almost like, it's funny because what we were doing with my mom, we were trading. One of us would stay awake, the other one would sleep for a few hours. And then my mom traded and she went to bed. And she started sleeping because she hadn't slept in a while. And I was so tired because I only had slept a few hours before that, right? And I was so tired that I fell asleep instead of being awake. And it almost feels, and again, like based on her last words, right? It almost feels like she was, I know it's not true, but like she was waiting for everyone to be asleep, right? We can all rest now. And everyone was sleeping, everyone was at peace. There was no, you know. And she just went out the back door, you know. So that, like metaphorically speaking, took the quiet exit while everyone was sleeping, you know. That's very much like her. She was a very discreet person. She didn't like attention. She wasn't someone who was looking for attention or you know, very discreet. Would always put everyone else before her. And yeah, I think that was a very, very her way to go, I will say. That's a very her way to go. Anyway. What's up, Elisa? How are you today? Sorry for the long tangent about, you know, but... It's because of that one line. That one line is a killer line right there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most of those stories I've told, but a lot of you weren't here at the time, so nice to tell the stories again sometime. Well, you'll hear it again in the future. Yeah, thank you for listening. And thank you everyone for sharing your own stories. At the end of the day, we're all experiencing those things at one point. Anyway, let's see what Billy has to say. After being in the hospital for 2 years straight. On the night my mom decided to stay at the hospital. Yeah, that's terribly sad and terribly beautiful as well, right? $10. Jesus. There was a similar... It's funny because everyone has those stories, it feels like, right? Everyone mentions that... Well, not everyone, but a lot of people mention that there was a point that it seems like they were waiting for. Right? It's such a strange thing. Same with my dad. My dad was in the same sort of state for like a couple days. And his sisters were trying to convince one of his brothers that he was estranged with to come and see him one last time because there wouldn't be any more opportunity, right? I swear to God that the brother finally accepted to come. He came in the hospital room, held my father's hand, and 10 minutes later he was gone. Literally. It's so fucking like... There's so many examples of that. There's one part of me that refuses to believe it's a coincidence. Just like the story Jesus just told, and there's so many examples of that. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not, right? Maybe there's something, right? Like they're just waiting for some little inner peace or something, yeah. Yeah, dumb. Yeah, I mean, regardless if it is or not, I think it's better to... Well, I mean, maybe for some people... Let's put it this way. I know for some people it's good and better to believe that it's not a coincidence, right? It brings some sort of peace. So, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it is or not. Yeah, that's true, $10. Yeah, my first episode of Outer Wilds was the day we brought my grandmother to palliative care, and then I took 2 days off because, yeah, things went worse quicker than expected. And then the second episode is literally the day she passed. Like, she passed at like around midnight or 1 a.m. in the morning, and then I went home and slept, and I woke up and there was nothing else I wanted to do. I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna stream. I'm just gonna do my work and move on, right? Start moving on, start getting working again right away. And so you can definitely, like, the beginning of the second episode of Outer Wilds is probably pretty emotional. I don't remember it, but there's probably some conversations about that, and obviously the whole playthrough was sort of colored by those emotions at the time. And I definitely feel like it just made the playthrough a lot different than it would have been otherwise, which is maybe one of the reasons why it's my favorite video game of all time. Who knows? But that game definitely happened at a time that I needed it, so it was a beautiful journey of acceptance and moving on and, you know, letting go, I guess. Beautiful story for a game like Outer Wilds, for sure. Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Lomiriel. It was a great experience. Loved every second of it. It's definitely my most highly recommended playthrough of Outer on the channel. If you want to watch one of my playthroughs on the channel when I'm not streaming, it's definitely the one I recommend. Yeah, that's by far the best work I've ever done on stream, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Hollow Knight was great, but this one was, like, Outer Wilds was just on another level, I think. would like to share something that you might find interesting. My girlfriend is a nurse and she works in the ICU. She says she can smell a distinct and strong smell when a patient is about to die, like a day or so before. She shared it with colleagues and no one else detects it. I'm not being superstitious or promoting pseudoscience. I always think it's very interesting. Yeah, that's a very unique story there. I don't know if I've ever heard of that before. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Van. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows, right? Maybe there is something like chemically speaking happening. Who knows, right? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not a, you know, like you, I'm not a very superstitious person, but I'm definitely not close-minded either. You know, I definitely believe there's something that maybe we can't or haven't bothered trying to explain yet. I think that's just the nature of something as complex as life, right? It's like the cat in the nursing home that always lies with people who pass. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's the music here is very appropriate for sure. It's a good one. I'm gonna click continue now.
But he was just here, alive.
Yep, empathy, making it explicit. The whole conversation that we just had. Beautiful.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
You have to at some point, Van. Unfortunately, we can't just live there forever. Thank you, Kim. Kim coming in with the right words. I appreciate that. Let's see.
What happened to him?
She turns to you. Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. It's still early to say, but at first glance he seems like he slipped and hit his head. It was an accident. Fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with 1. Or does she... Do we need to give her a more conclusive answer? No, I think I'm gonna go with 1. It's still early to say, but at first glance, he seems like he slipped and hit his head. Yeah.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes. We don't know yet, but we will let you know when the results arrive, or yes. I mean, yes, he was. Oh, do we know that for a fact, actually? I mean, there were bottles and everything, but was he... Yeah, no, he was probably drunk. I mean, let's not be decisive. Alcohol may have played a role, yes, because I'm not a doctor, so I'm not sure.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold.
She withdraws, trying to picture the scene.
How long had he been there?
Oh, man. Oh.
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Oh my god. That's rough because obviously it's the truth, right? But is that something you want to know or want to say? What's up, Scoliosis? Scoliosis? Oh, hold on. Scoliosisyphus. Whoa, that's a name. Holy crap. That name works on so many levels. I love it. That's a good username. Holy crap. I only lurk? Well, I appreciate the lurk, man. Scoliosisyphus. That's a beautiful name. Does Sisyphus have scoliosis because of the rock he's pushing? Like, is that the whole story? Does she have hyperosmia? I've read several articles about a nurse who can smell Parkinson's, helping scientists develop new methods for early detections. That's insane. I think I've heard of that one, actually. I think I've read of that one. Which is, again, one of those things, right? Like, how do you explain that? That's insane. I must imagine Sisyphus with scoliosis. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, right? He's pushing a fucking rock all day, so... Very cool username. Thanks for lurking, by the way. Appreciate that. Yeah. We love the lurkers around here. If you're a lurker around here, even if you have never spoken before, just know that you're very appreciated. With good posture, Sisyphus should be able to go on eternally. Good posture or godlike influence, right? Somehow this makes me want to play Hades again. Love the interpretation of Sisyphus in that story. That was funny. If you say 2 days, maybe it will be etched in her mind forever. Does she need to live with that thought? Like, she's gonna feel so guilty for not trying to look for him. She's gonna feel so guilty forever if we say that. I don't think I have the heart to tell her that, even though it's the truth. I'm gonna go with it's hard to say at this point. God damn it. I hate it. It's so vague, but...
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
The lieutenant takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away her tears. Kim seems to have an endless supply of handkerchiefs for people crying around him, which I think is beautiful. Kim's a real friend. Depends on the person, obviously, but I'd like to think I'd want to know. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so, but... God, it's like... In this particular situation, it's rough. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
It burns like acid.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Level up, 10 XP, yeah! Conceptualization, please! Not the time. Yeah, I mean, the guilt here, in this particular case, right? It's like, if it's a situation where there's nothing you could have done, right? I don't know, someone collapses from a brain aneurysm. There was no signs. And they were just, you know, and then there's not much you could have done, right? Like, it doesn't really, it still sucks, but there's not much you could have done. In a case like this, she could have been like, what if I went out and looked for him instead of being like, oh, he's just out again, whatever, he's drinking, asshole, whatever, right? Like, the way she talked to us about him when we were initially asking if he was missing, she was very dismissive of the situation. She was like, it's fine. He just does that all the time, right? But then you have, like, if I went to look for him, maybe in his usual drinking spots, maybe I could have found him before he slipped and killed himself, right? So yeah, it's... In this particular case, I'm like, I'm not sure, right? I think it's better she doesn't really get the details, I guess. I don't know. What's up, Delquoise? And again, maybe it's not my decision to make, right? It's her choice to make, but... Oh well.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
Continue.
No. A day.
Interesting. They should know. Do you want us to call them and ask them here? No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow. That's a rough one. I don't know if I agree with empathy there. Because, okay, here's the thing. I don't think she should be the one calling... Well, okay. Yes, her being in the emotional state she is now, immediately contacting her daughters to tell them is not ideal. I agree with that. Waiting a day to recover and then telling them when they come back home is better. Now, here's the thing. There's the option where we can contact them and tell them. But maybe it's not our place. Maybe they should hear that from their mom, right? This is rough. Man, this sucks. There's no right solution there, it feels. That's interesting, Van. So she hasn't gotten her sense of smell completely back, but she can still smell that? Specifically? That's interesting. Just had this sense from long before that. Imagine if she didn't, though, and that was a new thing. That would be the start of the plot for a superhero thing. Oh, COVID was just how we started getting our superpowers. There has to be a book out there that goes on that premise. Post-COVID, suddenly people start developing superpowers. That has to be the premise of a superhero book out there. At least one of them. Come on. If it isn't, someone needs to write it fast. They never got their sense of smell back, but what they got in exchange, much bigger. The Covidians. Coming February 2025 on HBO Max. Have you had Perfume? Is that the Susskind book? If I don't know how, you know, the English translation name. If it's the Susskind book, yes, I read it when I was in high school. Yeah, we studied that one. Le Parfum in French. Captain Respiratory Infection. Yeah, what's up, Santa? Corona Girl. Captain Respiratory Infection, Corona Girl, and Super Vaccine Microchip are the three protagonists of the story. Super Vaccine Microchip is an AI in a robotic shell. I've decided. Corona Girl, believe it or not, already had that name before the pandemic because she drank a lot of beer, but she just, you know, she was like, yeah, I'll just keep it. What's up, high functioning stoner? That's a, wow, we're nailing the usernames tonight. Holy shit. High functioning stoner is a good one. Does it make the list? I don't think so, but honorable mention for sure. Honorable mention, high functioning stoner. Beautiful. I have a list of my favorite usernames. Don't worry about it. Against the supervillain 5G man. I think the supervillain of that story is just Joe Rogan. With a hint of Kenneth Copeland as a side thing. Kenneth Copeland thinks he can just chase them away, the superheroes, you know, by breathing on them heavily. But favorite Twitch names, yep. Delightful Business Goose, Pump Action Pandas, Charismatic Minifauna, Eradication of Smallpox, True Dad Materia, Three Geese in a Trench Coat, Parasocial Anxiety, man, that one's so good, and Jimmy Magball Slap, of course. I hope Jimmy's doing good, wherever he is. Slapping bowls left and right, yeah. Take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow. And then, of course, the uncountable honorable mentions. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I don't think anyone's keeping track. Also, going back to High Functioning Stoner's joke, Super SARS is a great name for maybe like the story. Maybe that should be the name of the whole story, right? Super SARS? Superstars, Super SARS? And the... Oh my god. The T on the cover could be a grave... a tombstone thing right across. So it reads Super SARS, but Superstars with the dead thing. With the, because of pandemic, right? We're onto something. The story writes itself. Yeah, that's how you know it's a good one. Someone call his publisher. Yeah, no, don't let them know because otherwise I'm gonna have to work on it. I don't want to write it. Let's make it a TV show. I want to make money. I want to write again, but I want to make money this time. More money this time. I made some money, but I want to make more money. Let's make it a TV show. Come on. When's the book coming out? That's gonna be a big ask, unfortunately. What's up, Laura? When video games run out, exactly. Alright, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression. We should all collectively make a TV show and share all the profits. Yeah, I don't know if that's the right way to go about that, because none of us is qualified, I don't think. So we will make very little money, and there's going to be a lot of us to split the profits with. So we have good story. Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep this. I'm just going to steal everyone's good ideas, and I'm going to make all the money. That's how it should be. That's how it works, right? I've got good jokes. Well, that's debatable. So come in. I'm sure your jokes will be a lot better when you're a tier 3 sub in the future. I'm sure it will be a lot better. Suddenly, I don't know why. For some reason, I feel like I'm going to enjoy them a lot more. It's like in Dragon's Den. You know, there's sometimes those pitches in Dragon's Den that sound awful. And the dragons know. They're like, I'm not too sure about that. Tell us a little bit about your background. And then the guy's like, oh, I've sold already 5 businesses for 10 millions each. And I, oh, you know what? I think that idea is pretty good. I'm gonna make you an offer. Suddenly they're like, oh, maybe that guy knows what he's talking about. Let's just give him money. When they can smell money, suddenly the ideas sound a lot better. Yeah. Dan Corp, you know it. Dan Capital, White Wolf. Not a corporation. A fund. Just here to help people.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
Boy. I don't know. I'm hoping Kim has the answer there, because I don't know.
We've taken him to the city morgue.
Thank you, Kim.
The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
A very good call.
Yes.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
She runs out of breath. Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her, leave the room. Man, that was I did not... Okay, I sort of said that it was going to be rough. I did not expect it to hit that hard, though. Like, that was intense. And it's such a character that you don't... The first time you see that character, it's almost comical. It's almost a farce, the way this character is introduced, right? With the whole setup of her being there and reading books and you're having that whole weird hug situation and insisting that her husband is missing and then the whole book situation with the cockatoo and all. It's so silly, right? It's almost a farce. And you don't expect that the game's just going to turn that around at some point and be like, you know what? That's going to be the saddest scene you've seen so far in the game. And now looking back at the hug and everything, I'm like, ugh. It definitely adds a layer to the whole thing. That's for sure. That's a beep boop.
You did well.
Thank you. The lieutenant says as soon as you've left the apartment, the balcony feels cool and quiet with a stunning view over the district. Nod. What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
Sure.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
That's one of the weird things about, I'm assuming, being a doctor or a policeman that has to do that sort of stuff is that, especially I'm thinking with a doctor, you spend so much time like following someone and helping someone and over years of, treating them and doing that and then suddenly at some point it's like, there's nothing else, right? And you're sort of, you have to accept that there's nothing more you can do. It has to be rough. Like I'm thinking about that now and I'm like, yeah, that's true, Quasi, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. People aren't just parodies, they're treated with dignity. And yeah, and every character so far in the game, outside of a very few exceptions that may reveal themselves later still, right? Outside of a very few characters, all characters have some incredibly hidden depths. And a whole of a lot of unexpected turns and twists and personality. They feel like real people more than many games I've played. And it's just not because they have some... There's a lot of video games that have non-two-dimensional characters, like proper three-dimensional characters with a lot of interesting development and all that. of course, that's a thing. But in this game, it's done in a way that makes it so obvious. The many layers and multitudes that every character can be. It's incredible. It's a fantastic fucking work of art in terms of writing. An impressive achievement that exceeds everything I've seen in the video game industry so far, for sure. And I mean, obviously, it's a wonderful visual experience too, and all of that. But I'm talking about what I'm most qualified to talk about, I guess. But yeah, it's a really cool trick, Quasi. Right? It's a really cool trick. Which is sometimes how life is. You see someone for the first time and you tend to like oversimplify what they are because you don't know very much about them, right? That's how the brain works. We sort of categorize things and simplify things as to understand it better and more quickly. And then suddenly people reveal themselves. And then you have, people that are unable to look past that first impression or that category that, you put someone in a box and then they're here for you forever. How many times have you experienced that? Someone puts you in a box and then whatever you do, they're looking at you and what you're doing through the prism of that box they decided to put you in. Because they cannot stop being judgmental. And they cannot look at you as a three-dimensional, actual, complete person. That has happened to me a few times. And it's horrible. It feels absolutely awful. The worst is when they manage to convince you that you are only this person. That's the worst. And it takes you a while and work on yourself to be like, actually, that's not who I am. And I let you box me and convince me that I was this thing. It's an awful feeling. Yeah, that's what happened with narcissistic people most of the time, right? But not just that. But specifically with narcissistic people, it tends to happen. Because in their worldview, they're that complete person and everyone else just, an NPC, basically. You could never be in a box for me. You're clearly a circle. Are you calling me fat, Jesus? What the hell? You're literally inside a circle. Oh, I am not a circle. I'm in a circle. Sorry, Jesus. For I have sinned. I am in a circle. I know. I realize that. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Delquaz. It's been a journey, and I hope it goes on for a little more. I hope it goes on for a little more. I don't want it to end.
Let's go.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Kim. It's too early for the dice maker, isn't it? Yep. All right. What next? What is next? Okay, let's check our quests and sort of organize a little bit. Find booze and drink it. No, I will not be doing that. Find all armor pieces. Well, that is not something I can do actively. This is something I can do actively either. Find the murder weapon. Again, something that I think it's gonna happen at some point. Find someone with technical expertise. So that's something that is potentially what's his name? Noid again? Yeah, Noid. Or maybe Suna, but for both of these we need to continue on the church thing. Yeah. The signatures. That's something I can do at some point. I'm gonna do that in the do with Kim category. Keep on pushing the church task. Yeah, I'm gonna have to decide if I want to turn it into a club. I think I may. We'll see. I'm gonna have to go talk to the guys in the tent again, I think. I need to check the boardwalk for bullet traces and the island, but for some reason I went to those places and it didn't trigger. I don't know. Ask about Ruby. Okay, I could ask about the washerwoman about her shack. That's something I need to do. God damn it. Tell the washerwoman about the bullet. Okay, that's the nightclub thing. Yes, yes. Same thing with Noid. That's part of the whole thing. The beat, I don't think it's something I can do actively. I think it's gonna happen. A cell, again, something I need to, that's gonna advance as we do this. I need to report to Lena. Oh, great. Let's do that now. It's close. And then pick up the dice in a few hours. Okay, cool. Nice. Very organized. Beautiful. Yo, Pawns. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. That's a healthy, girthy raid right there. Beautiful. How have you been doing, man? Were you playing Stormgate today? Mix of Tekken and Hades. Okay. Yeah, we talked, and I know you mentioned maybe wanting to play Stormgate. I don't remember when the open beta stuff is, but I'll stream Stormgate at some point. Fair. Yeah, I've been looking into it a little bit, Pawns. Stormgate looks alright. Open beta started today. Okay. It looks alright. A lot of it, to me, looked a bit... Here's the thing. I was looking at a video of Stormgate. I was looking at Tasteless casting a pro game, a pro showcase game in Stormgate. And at the same time, on my side monitor, I had a stream of StarCraft 2. I was watching Pig. And I was looking at Stormgate for a while. And then suddenly my eyes diverted towards StarCraft 2. And I was like, holy crap, this does not look like the game that's 14 years older. Stormgate looks a little janky, looks a little unpolished yet. You know, obviously it's still beta, right? It can obviously get a lot better. But you can, you know, obviously it's a bit, it's not, they don't have the budget, right? They don't have the Blizzard budget and all that. So obviously it's gonna look a little rough around the edges, but... I mean, it looks interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the melee focus. It feels more like Warcraft than StarCraft, but we'll see. I'll look into it. I'm gonna keep an eye on it for sure, since I've been very much in yeah, what I've seen at least. Maybe it was just the races that I've watched, Hope, but it felt like there were a lot more of like blades and weapons, like melee units, right? More than there is in StarCraft, it feels like. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. In Warcraft 3, there's also ranged units that you get, right? So that doesn't make me feel less about about Warcraft. It still feels more like Warcraft than StarCraft, is what I mean, right? There's also ranged units. It's just like there's a heavier focus on melee than your typical StarCraft game, and the way they move and position themselves. I don't know. It really felt a bit more like Warcraft than StarCraft to me, but again, I've only watched a couple games. So. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, if Hope likes it, that's unfortunately going to be a negative for me. Because, you know... Yeah, it's like that card game that Hope was talking about, like the Warhammer game. And then I was looking at it and I was like, oh my god, let me just play Magic the Gathering. Is that game still a thing? That Warhammer card game? Is it still... I'll admit that was shit, but this isn't. You said the same thing about that one, about the previous game you talked up. Come on, Hope.
Give me a moment.
Oh, thank you, Pawns, for the raid. I truly appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. As you can see, we have a lot of opinions around here. So. Yeah, I appreciate it. You're catching me towards the end of my show, roughly, but well, no. I definitely appreciate the support nonetheless. It means a lot. How are you enjoying Tekken? I've been really interested in getting into Tekken 8, obviously as a big long-term Tekken player. You know, I'm really, every day I'm like, I want to buy Tekken 8. I want to get into Tekken 8, but I'm resisting because I'm waiting for it to be on sale or something. I need to dust off the old arcade stick and get into it. You found a character you really liked in Victor? Yeah, I'm not sure what main I'm gonna... Obviously, I'm always attracted to playing Jin because Jin was my main in Tekken 3, which was the big one that I played competitively. Well, somewhat competitively, I would say. I'm thinking Azucena. Azucena, I've looked at some character breakdowns and all that. I think Azucena has a good chance of being my main. I kind of dig her Miguel sort of aggression type vibe. She seems to... Yeah. Devil Jin's closer to the original Jin, yes. But at the same time, I'm not a big fan of Devil Jin, somehow. New Jin seems cool, though. I like him. The Tekken 8 Jin is pretty different from the 4 to 7 evolution of Jin, so... Yeah, I'm interested in it. The next thing I like will always be better than the last thing I liked. That is true. It is true. But yeah, no, I'll look into Stormgate for sure. I've been really into StarCraft 2 again lately, so you know, going through the campaign again to just familiarize myself with the game again, and then I'll dive into ranked and all that because I've been very excited about playing some ranked RTS again. But yeah, we'll see. Stormgate might be a thing that I'm interested in when it releases, but I'll wait for release for sure. I'm not gonna play the beta, I don't think. I'm gonna give it a bit more time. Maining Zafina and Elisa. Messed around with Azucena, it's pretty fun. Yeah, like 7 I was maining Miguel. And in Tekken 3 I was maining Jin. Because Jin sort of played like that back then. You were in the opponent's face, very aggressive. At least the way I played it was extremely aggressive. Constant pressure. I wasn't a very defensive Jin player, which I know a lot of people were. I was not. I was a very aggressive player. And then, yeah, Miguel in Tekken 7 was my main for that insane amount of pressure. Always moving forward, just catching opponents, right? Frame traps, mix-ups and all that. So, I'm very interested in Azucena in the new one. She seems to have sort of that playstyle, so we'll see. Just did orange ranks. Yeah, nice. Sorry for the trouble. I would like to offer software for promoting your channel. Viewers, subscribers, views, chat, bots. No, don't. Give me a second, please. God damn it, $10. Robbing me from success once again. I was promised viewers, subscribers, and chat members. God fucking damn it. Yeah, Pons, I know. Our mods are actively working against us. Jeez. Thank you, $10. So I think the idea of the tag was the person to look for on Telegram. Not the actual streamer, yeah. Which is so dumb, but... These chatbots are just... I cannot believe this works. I'm sure it does, because otherwise they wouldn't do it, but I cannot believe on my life, I cannot believe that this works. I don't know. I guess if you have no idea what you're doing, you're just starting on Twitch, you're frustrated, and you just want to, you know, get a bit of a boost. I mean, I do know people use, like, view bots and follow bots, even, like, you know, people that do perfectly fine and have perfectly reasonable numbers, and they still use view bots, push themselves further in categories. You know, that's something that people do. But, oh well. If that works for you, I'm happy, I guess. It's something where it only takes a very few, very low success rate to be profitable. Yeah, I guess so. Low-hanging fruit, catching people on bad days, etc. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't there a thing, Hippofan, where they intentionally have spelling mistakes in those scamming emails because it filters the people that are too smart to fall for it? I don't know if that's true, but that's something I read at some point, I believe. I don't know if that's true, but it seems to make logical sense on the superficial level. I don't know if it's actually true, but you know, it's definitely something that you hear about. Or whether or not it's true, I don't know. But oh well. Yeah. These scams are usually run from places like India, Vietnam, low cost of life places. USD converts favorably. Unsuccessful hit could represent weeks or months of local salary. Yeah, obviously. No, there are. I mean, you know, it's there are actual sociological, economical reasons why those scams are usually from those places, right? Has nothing to do with all the reasons shitty people would have you believe, but the observation is true. It tends to come from those places. The reasons, however, are not those that some people would have you believe. It's just because of, you know, it's the only places where it makes sense from a financial point of view, right? And a social point. Free ads kidnapping Chinese people to gray zones in Myanmar to run scams on Chinese people. That is wild. That makes me think of Kid Boga. I haven't watched Kid Boga in years at this point. I remember watching him a lot. Cool content. I enjoyed it. Alright, time to report to what's her name? Lena, about the traps. And I wonder where her husband is. Seems to have been going home to rest, maybe? But anyway, we will do that tomorrow. Because it is time, unfortunately, to say goodbye for today. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wow, what a stream. Holy crap. Okay. Thank you everyone for today. Lots of emotions this stream, lots of crazy conversations, and it was definitely a stream. Thank you so very much everyone for the support and the conversations, and thank you for the raids, thank you for the resubs, and the new subs. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the follows, thank you for the lurks, the conversations, and just generally being a very good, very supportive community that a day like today, you know, with the conversations we've had, means a lot, more than you know, I think. So thank you for that. I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Disco Elysium. If you don't mind, I would appreciate if you could follow the raid. I'm gonna raid out to my good friend Nazarala, who's doing challenge runs in the Souls categories, currently doing Sekiro. You will see his wonderful place to hang out and chill, so hopefully you can enjoy that with me for the rest of the evening. But anyway, thank you everyone once again. I will see all of you guys tomorrow. I wish you a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.